Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all good. Welcome to our meeting for June 17.
For your, if you need them. Pour ceux qui ont besoin des appareils de traduction.
For those who need translation devices, they are there available. So first, just a quick addition for the individual on my right. He's not there, so I would need a motion. Our clerk is not here this evening, so we need a motion to nominate our CAO as our be it resolved pursuant to Article 7.3 of the Local Governance Act, the Council appoint the CAO as acting clerk for this municipal meeting dated June 17, 2024. Moved by Jean-Claude Bertin, seconded by. Question, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Against, nay. Motion carried. Not always, like when I open the meeting, I would like to know that we are gathering on the unceded traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people, where the ancestor signed a peace and friendship treaty with the British Crown in the 1700s. Mr. Clerk, by interim, we do have quorum, so everyone is here this evening. In terms of declaration of conflict of interest, any council members who would like to declare a conflict of interest on items on the agenda? Seeing none. As for the adoption of the agenda, so I need a motion to adopt the agenda, moved by Emile O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Joël Després. He said I was going to call you Jean-Claude. Councillor Peterborough, as for the minutes, I see like the minutes. It's the minutes of May 21st. Why would it be the one of June 3rd? Well, because it's not ready yet. He was absent like for part of last week because of a medical emergency. So, to adopt on this, all in favor, saying aye. Against, nay. Carried. Thank you. The minutes, we have the minutes of May 21st, 2024. I need a motion as presented. Moved by Councillor Sylvie Colette Boudreau, seconded by Emile O'Brien. Questions on the motion? If not, all in favor, saying aye. Against, nay. Motion carried. Thank you very much. Next item, item 6, public presentation petition. So we have 3 items on the agenda. The first one is one of citizen, Mrs. Odette Pellerin. She wanted to address the council, probably the modification of the procedural bylaw. Mrs. Pellerin, if you can go ahead. Good evening. As you 5 minutes-ish. I have 2 pages.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor.
I'll switch to English.
I'm convinced that you already know my name is Odette Pellerin, and we are probably very tired of seeing my face and listening to my concerns. But I'm here tonight as one of many alarmed citizens to address a portion of your plan modification bylaw 2303. I know that some of them have written you letters about their concerns, which, if the council believes in transparency, I certainly hope to see included in the correspondence item of this evening's agenda. I've thoroughly read your proposed amendments and agree that most of these housekeeping modifications are necessary to coordinate the timing of your regular meetings stipulated in Article 4 under regular meetings. But I strongly question the need to make the limiting changes to Article 5, Section 17. This section states that members of the public have the right to speak to council during their public meetings on specific subjects, and that further requests may be granted for the same subject if the information is deemed complementary. It also states that they may also submit further requests for other subjects during the same year. First, since the word may infers asking for permission, and you start by saying we have the right to speak to council, how can the amendment be approved with these unclear terms? What we understand from this very vague text is that you thought that even though you modified the text of the original amendment from June 3rd, you're still limiting presentations on specific topics to once per year, unless the unnamed person at Town Hall deems the topic relevant to council. I have spoken to many citizens in the last few weeks, and I know that we are extremely concerned with exactly who will deem these subjects complementary and why the council feels it necessary to limit their citizens' democratic right of participation in the process of freedom of expression, especially when those concerns are not being addressed by council. I'm worried that this amendment will only lead to less transparency and more delays than what is currently being experienced by your citizens. If this amendment is passed as worded, what will happen to groups like Friends of Riverside Park, whose concerns are still not addressed after they have appeared before this council multiple times on the same subject during the last 2 years, and even after a motion unanimously accepted by council on January 22nd, we have all been waiting almost 6 months for your legal counsel to complete a simple title search to provide answers. Are these amendments meant to block them from pushing for citizens' rights? Based on your code of conduct, bylaw 2364, section 3B, council members will adopt a prudent, transparent behavior so as to preserve and maintain the bond of trust. Citizens with integrity, objectivity, impartiality, and transparency of the institution as well as of the persons who administer them. According to this same code of conduct bylaw, you should be committed to serving the best interests of your municipality and put your efforts to the betterment and service of the organization. So I commend Councillor Cormier, thank you, Roland, and others for their questions at your June 3rd meeting, thus bringing these inappropriate changes to your citizens' attention. I also want you to know that these variations certainly do not give much confidence in your upcoming strategic plan when you indicate under Operational Excellence Article 3.1 for communications that you want to set in place the tools and mechanisms to stay connected with the needs of your citizens. How do you propose to do that if you only want to hear from them on specific subjects once or twice a year? There is a distinct disconnect between these two important messages, and you may have some serious explaining to do at your next strategic planning meetings if this bylaw is approved as worded tonight. I've researched other nearby municipalities, and the city of Dieppe not only recognizes the importance of public participation in their decision-making process, but a public participation policy was adopted by the municipal council in 2014. I've added the details of their policy on a separate page that I would like to distribute to council and suggest that you study this document to see our high-functioning council respects their citizens' participation in their public meetings. Your citizens are outraged because they can see that the long-term repercussions of this amendment to Section 17, Article 5 will have significant impact on many organizations within Shediac and your new wards. Therefore, we respectfully request that council members vote yes to maintain most of the original wording in this section, which does not limit the lawful democratic input of your citizens to public meetings. In closing, I would just like to ask each of you, is your strategic plan just window dressing? Or do you really want to set in place those tools and mechanisms to stay connected with the needs of your citizens? If you believe that your citizens' voices are important, you all have a responsibility to protect them from these cunning attacks on our rights. Please do what's proper. Vote no to this amendment as it is written. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madame Pellerin. You may leave the document you mentioned with the clerk. Just
I
on the
will do
desk.
that.
Thank you. Question, Conseil Cormier?
Questions, Councillor Cormier. Mr. Mayor, can we ask a question to Mrs. Pellerin? Yes. Councillor Cormier had a question. First, thanks for your presentation. I just want to make sure I understood properly. Like you said a lot of things, and it's okay what you said. But your biggest concern on Article 17, and I do not want to put any word in your mouth. Correct me if it's the case. I understand like your because I'm not saying there are other citizens, but I'm saying your concern specifically it's that the members, the citizen of Shediac, can only come to address the council once on one on topic. Let's say we're talking an orange can only come see once to talk about the orange, but you want to talk about apples, it's okay, or bananas, it's okay. So that's your concern, yes. Because the problem orange is not solved, I should have the right like to talk about the orange again. That's what I understood. That was your concern, but I wanted to get your own words. Thank you, Mrs. Pellerin. Are there any other questions? I do not see any other questions. Yes? Councillor Jean-Claude Bertrand. I thought I will use the example orange, apple, and banana. I thought like if you wanted to talk like on one subject, like to talk about the orange, that's okay. But if you want to go back to talk about the orange, you wanted to bring like some new information on the same subject, you would still have the right to talk about it again if it's approved. If it's something new, Councillor Bertrand will have this chance to do the debate at the items on the agenda. It's just if you had the question for Mrs. Pellerin. Thank you.
Right.
So, thank you. Second presentation is a presentation from employer from Siemens Canada on the net zero report that was developed on behalf of the Shediac and net zero community. Mr. Giles, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Mr. Mayor Casey, members of council, members of the town staff, thanks for taking the time tonight to go through this overview of the findings and the work that was done on this decarbonization strategy, which was initiated by the
Giles, you can raise the
oh, okay,
just so that the translators get everything.
okay. So as you may recall, this project was approved by council and initiated back, I think, in November or the fall anyway of last year. So for the past 6 months, Myself and some other members of Siemens Canada have been working in conjunction with our team of experts in the UK, as well as members of the town staff here tonight, notably Bob, Danny, and Jonathan. We've also done consultations with local business. We've been working with MB Power. We've had input from the NRC, and the Smart Grid Innovation Network has also been involved to kind of steer this through and come up with what we believe is a good strategy and a credible pathway for realizing the town's goals.
Yeah.
Jonathan, oh, there we go. Okay. So am I controlling that or is someone else?
I think Jonathan was helping.
You're helping me? All right. Okay, perfect. I'll rely on you. All right. So just I'm not going to take a ton of time tonight, but just to we'll recap on sort of what we set out to do, look at the different pathways to get to net zero, and just talk about some of the associated ways we're going to get there, the costs, and what we need to do as a community as a whole to achieve those goals. The next slide. All right. So we did at the outset look at, our main goal was to determine what it would mean for the town to get to a net zero status. And what that really entails is first understanding what are the emissions that are generated within the town, that the town, collectively with business and residents, industry would be responsible for or would be contributing to in the sense of carbon accounting and net zero accounting, and really quantify that, figure out where those emissions are from. The next phase was to then lay out a pathway. So if we wanted to be the first community in Canada, the first town to reach that net zero status, realistically, what does that mean from a target date? What does it mean from the total cumulative emissions that have to be avoided in order to get there? And then lastly, knowing those targets, knowing what we have to do, how are we going to do it? So we have proposed different actions, which we refer to as interventions. And each of those actions would have associated costs, timelines, targets, as well as kind of areas of responsibility. So clear to keep in mind that all of the work that's sort of laid out of these interventions are not lumped on to the town individually in terms of what council will be responsible for. It's really all the stakeholders that would be contributing to this. Just a quick run through some key terms just to level set. So when we say net zero, we're not saying absolute zero. It doesn't mean there aren't still emissions that are associated with activities in the town. But what we're looking at is how do we make sure the emissions that can be absorbed, for instance, by all the forestry and the green areas in the town, how does that equal out with what we're able to reduce so that it nets out at zero? And when we say carbon or carbon equivalent, we're really talking about kind of all those key greenhouse gases. So we've listed them there. So it's not just the carbon, it's the methane, it's hydrofluorides, it's nitrous oxide. These things that, we don't necessarily associate with our behaviors, but collectively we think of carbon reduction, GHG reduction. That's really what we mean by carbon equivalent. Offsetting, again, we talked about that in terms of net zero. So there's two ways that we model that. One is from, again, the local absorption and carbon sinks of nature. The other one is offsetting from producing renewable generation to offset emissions producing energy. And lastly, another term, renewable fuels. So this is kind of a new term that's kind of being introduced into the whole energy vernacular. But really, we're talking about hydrogen, renewable diesel, and renewable natural gas. And hydrogen obviously is something that's not produced as a byproduct. It's something that has to be manufactured. Renewable fuels, that would be something like biodiesel. So diesel that's actually produced from biomass as opposed from just fracking from oil reserves. There's also additives that go in that reduce the emissions from the existing fuels. And then renewable natural gas, typically that's landfill gas that's captured and burned. So what does that mean? So overall, this is a look at, I guess, the kind of overall output or results of the study. But what we really want to communicate here is what the size of that challenge is. So that light green chart in the back or line in the back, that's the baseline. So that's really what we are estimating would be the emissions from the town given this current status quo. So as you can see, it is significantly less than what it is today. So even if we didn't sort of put our foot on certain measures to get there quicker or actually reach net zero, emissions will be reduced with the not natural, but all the interventions that are happening, the innovations in technology, conversions to heat pumps. And the biggest thing, as you can see, those two big chunks is the decarbonization of our electricity supply in New Brunswick. All that really makes it Shediac is in a great position to actually achieve net zero. That's a big help, but also just the natural landmass and the makeup of the town makes it ideal for being able to do this. But again, if we let it go status quo, we still have 58% emissions left. And we'll talk about what would constitute that. So what we've laid out are two different main pathways and interventions to get there. The interventions are largely similar, but with different urgency. And again, some different permutations in there, but largely we're looking at an ambitious pathway, which gets us to net zero by 2035, and moderate, which again, you can see it just sort of takes longer, but it's a lot of the same things to 2045. So both of those get us to net zero. And why 2035 and ambition is important. One being first, others are going to be working on this. So it's important that we strive, if we want to reach that goal, to be there quicker than others would normally. And being first imbibes a lot of natural advantages in terms of outside investments, funding, sources for innovation, things that, again, attract that to Shediac's plan community. And if we think of overall, then, if we are able to realize that ambitious pathway, how much carbon we avoid over those next 20 years, this is just tried to kind of put it in some equivalency terms. But at the end of the day, 500 or 5 million barrels of oil would be something that, I can't really get my head around what 1 barrel of oil is equivalent to, but 700,000 vehicles, ICE vehicles coming off the road, that's a significant number. So just kind of trying to frame up of what that actually means for the town, but also for the environment. So this is really where are those emissions coming from? And if you look at, it's hard to read the little color codes, but basically that orange at the top, that's the residential emissions. So emissions from heating homes largely. And you can see that is largely going away because now new homes, a lot of the buildings, they are putting in heat pumps. It's all electric heating, not a lot of oil and or any other wood stoves being added. So that's gonna reduce. Obviously the big chunks of the generation. So if you look at what's really left over, the light green, that's transportation. So that's the light duty vehicles. So, cars and trucks that we all drive. The heavy duty vehicles, snow plows, emergency vehicles, those things that are harder, and also marine. So boats and marine vessels. So that's probably the biggest one that we need to look at. How do we get that down? And then the other ones, the sort of darker purple with the 12 there, that's the sort of C&I commercial industrial processes, the ones that maybe don't electrify easily that we have to look at. And finally, our public buildings and how do we get those? So really there's three key areas we want to focus on. So how do we reduce those emissions? So these are 14 interventions, which we've identified, and we do have all the backing of these as to how much each has to contribute. But if we look at, what do we need to do to get to net zero? We need to encourage the adoption of electric vehicles. So again, that will happen. We have automotive manufacturers, they're not going to make any ICE vehicles beyond a certain date. So that's critical to make it happen faster. Introduce renewable fuels for transport. Again, some of those vehicles, especially the heavy duty ones, there aren't good electric options. There may not be for some time. So we need to reduce the emissions of the existing vehicles. Introduce that charging infrastructure. That will help people feel confident in terms of adopting those vehicles, as well as doing this for marine and ensuring that renewable fuels are also available there. We know the lifetime of a boat is probably longer than a lot of cars. We only use them for a few months of the year, but we need to make sure there's options that don't require huge investment in a new boat or a huge cost to retrofit. So renewable fuels, making those available at the marinas is a great way to allow people to transition more cost effectively. We need to improve efficiency. There's a lot of programs that are coming out for that through MB Power. Again, these are not all just on the town. Looking at more rooftop solar as well as batteries, that's associated with that ambition to be net zero, but also resilient to climate change, hurricanes, and maintain our power through those things. Heat pumps, obviously, in commercial and industrial and residential are key. So that's something we need to focus on. But the other big one is, looking at how do we transition those industrial processes. So we know, Glenwood Kitchens here, they have a biomass generation. So they are net zero here, but their operations in Moncton are not. So there's carbon taxes and stuff associated with it. So how do we help our industry transition to more electrical processes, but also those fuels? Again, that goes into having a plan for the industrial park in Skidoo, because that's where a lot of those are and will be. The LED street lighting, that's something that will happen, but you could do that faster as well. Awareness programs to reduce and sort and cycle waste. They're really there. There's emissions with transport of that waste. Maximizing the levels of forestry. So we want to make sure we keep what we have as the town continues to densify and expand. Keeping that carbon sink is really key. The large scale renewables, that again helps us get there faster. We already have 2 buildings through Smart Grid Atlantic that are now net zero thanks to the solar farm that's been built. And the last one, again, we're relying really there on MB Power to decarbonize the electricity supply, but all of the generation built here goes towards that goal. So what's really going to make a difference? So the ones that we need to focus on, obviously the grid is key, but that's not something the town can really impact other than continuing to keep pressure on. So these ones are the ones that have the most impact on the emissions. And again, it's electrification of transportation. It's in the introduction of the renewable fuels, the switching to heat pumps, and the electrification of industrial processes. So those are the ones that are really critical if we want to get there, especially faster. And if we're going to put our foot down on the pedal, those are the areas we need to focus on. So this is, a breakdown of those 3 pathways and the associated capital costs. This is really a CapEx in today's dollars. It's not the operating cost. A lot of those exist ongoing, and those are calculated. But this is really a look at what it could cost. And if we look at the baseline, so even if we don't do anything, really, this transition is about $500 million. So that really comes down to upgrading and implementing new infrastructure for electrification, but also, those upgrades that are going to happen organically, the efficiency of homes, the switch to heat pumps, all those costs are in there, and those are kind of baked in. When we get to the moderate ambition, that is the cost of moving faster. So if you think about just EVs, those are going to adopt over the next 20, 30 years. Up to 2035, there is an incremental cost if you switch to an EV. You may get it back from operating it, but we're not considering that here. This is just that incremental cost. So that will be why one big factor in moving faster is to switch earlier. And same with renewable fuels. Introducing those earlier and getting the heavy duty trucking and marine earlier is really key to achieving these, both the moderate and the ambition, but particularly the ambitious. So incrementally ambitious over moderate, not that big of an increment, but has probably more significant benefits. And kind of lastly, how does that sort of then break down as a share of investment? So again, this is just the cost side on the investment side. So largely, those are things that residents will be investing in, a lot of it anyway, at least half of that. 25% is from business. And again, a lot of them would be adopting these measures to deal with their targets or other types of constraints they have. And then 6% to the town of Shediac proper. So the actual money that would be invested by the town to this on the bigger scale would be, the lowest sort of portion of that we calculated. And again, all of that is not including the upside. So tried to list some of the benefits of doing this on the right. So if we think of residents and business, yes, there's a cost, but there's also a huge savings. So when you put in a heat pump, you're saving money. You're getting air conditioning probably too, but you're probably saving money. You get an electric vehicle, you're going to save on fuel costs, probably more through time. Businesses investing in these measures will save on carbon tax. Globally, the impact of carbon by doing this will not globally, but in the community with all the stakeholders will be lessened. So there's a big savings associated with the measures, not just the costs. Big one of going ambitious, again, if we're thinking about getting grants, getting more funding, attracting innovation, building that green workforce here in Shediac, being first has significant competitive advantage to doing that. And again, we know that from the previous work here, getting that attention, it's not just in New Brunswick or Canada. There's a global spotlight that's focused on here, and it will allow us to continue to further that. And lastly, again, not lost on anyone who lives here, as the climate's changing, our weather's changing. It's getting more and more variable, especially in the fall. So this ambitious pathway also considers some of those measures that help us be more climate resilient and ensure the community is able to kind of withstand that better through to 2050. So that's the overview. I don't know if there's any questions. Probably a lot to digest, and I can appreciate that. But if there are any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Well, thank you, sir. It's quite a lot of information, as we know, and you've hit the highlights. I mean, yes. Obviously, this Siemens was retained by ourselves through and the Smart Grid Atlantic Network. Smart Grid Innovation Network, sorry. And just in terms of coming up with a way to achieve net zero. And like you said, you've identified two ways where we can get an ambitious or a moderate path. And this can work for our community. For other communities that they've studied, it doesn't work. There's no pathway to net zero. It's just too much to overcome. Now, the investment there is a significant amount, but it's over a long period of time. And it is something for which that, funding is available. So it would be, it's interesting in terms of it's an achievable amount, although it's large, but it's not going to be strictly from the town of Shediac taxpayers, in that regards. So thank you very much for all of that.
Yep.
I know we've had a number of discussions between staff and yourselves in that regards, but if council members had any questions. Dead. Thank you much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Prochain point. Troisième présentation de ce soir, une présentation de l'autorité du quai de
The third presentation is from the Harbour Authority, Pointe-du-Chêne Harbour Authority. It is Miss Kim Atkinson and
is the president of the Port Authority for at this time. I know it was. I think it was done before.
Yes, yeah, my right hand.
There you go.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take a moment to introduce myself. My name is Kim Atkinson, and I'm president of the Pointe-du-Chêne Harbour Authority. As you are probably aware, we have been overwhelmed with work since the Hurricane Fiona struck. The main focus was to rebuild the sustainable infrastructure that could withstand the inclement weather we are now experiencing. So through many hours of research and engineered specs, we have come up with a more resilient footprint for our wharf and the yacht club. Thankfully, there was a Fiona fund available through ACOA, but as you know, with estimates and tenders, the pricing has gone up considerably. With the original ask from ACOA, we are running short, so we approached the provincial government, RDC. They have yet to provide us with a contract, but we are reassured that they will come through. So at this time, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for an investment from the town of Shediac. With that being said, I would like to mention that the Shediac Bay Sailing School has now found a home with us at the point. We are very excited to be supporting the youth in the community and are trying to establish an area for the students and instructors to facilitate the school. The Big Fish building business decided not to reoffer tenancy, which now will provide a building for the sailing school. But there are renovations, et cetera, that need to be taken into consideration and performed. We would like to see the town contribute to this project in the sum of $230,000. We have a project outlined for the area surrounding the sailing school, and it is estimated to cost in the area of anywhere from $800,000 to $1 million. But every bit counts, and the $230,000 is just one step closer to achieving our goal. So at this time, I will turn the floor over to Don Woodrow, the chair of our infrastructure committee, to give you a presentation. I believe that you were sent the presentation prior, so you'll be able to follow along with them. Thank you for the kind consideration of this request.
Thank you.
OK. Je vous remercie de nous avoir invités.
For inviting us, dear councillors, your worship.
First of all, I just want to mention that's an old photo. We've got some new photos that we'll be able to process shortly. Okay, next slide. I'll go through some of these fairly quickly because it's more tombstone data. So, you know, this is what we're all about. The assets were actually transferred in 1997. Had the wharf been within the boundaries of the town of Shediac at the time, it's likely the government of Canada would approach the town about taking over the wharf. But it was in Pointe-aux-Chenes, was not an incorporated community. So a group of individuals got together and created a private authority, not for profit. You see, we get a lot of visitors. It was amongst the top 5 in the province. Those are some of our main users. And when you take a look at all the stakeholders that use the wharf, we've got about 9 different stakeholders. So it's a complex organization to manage. You do a favor for one stakeholder and you upset another one. So probably like town council, right? There you see some more facts. About 70,000 vehicles. Some years it's been a bit more. Pay the daily fee to come in. And since pandemic, the season passes have been between 2,200 and 2,400. Some of the businesses on the wharf, you all recognize that. And mention the new Greater Shediac Sailing School. I'll get to that further down. Now, we've been doing work at the wharf since 2000, major infrastructure work since 2018, 19. We don't pull these projects out of the air. We actually went through a formal process of preparing a capital infrastructure plan. We had some engineering firms involved in that. So our vision extends for the next 15 years at least. So we have a number of projects to implement over the years. Just to give you an example, the lighting on the wharf certainly isn't great. And late at night, it's not very safe. So that's another project we have in the hopper. Fiona, well, we all know about that. In New Brunswick, if you think about it, Fiona really struck hard in this area only. And the asset that got hit the hardest was the wharf, extending right in into the harbor, into the bay. So that's just a quick list there. You would have known, of course, that the road was damaged going in. So that's just a list there. I just want to highlight the fuel pumps and tanks. We installed new ones in 2020. So they lasted 2 years. The damage that occurred forced us to replace them. Next one. This is just a few photos to show you. If you went there within 4 days of the hurricane, you would have run into the fuel tanks. One that's 13,000 liters, the other one's 9,000. They were about half full. Somehow the waves managed to move them off their foundations. Next one, a couple of buildings got shoved off their foundations. They're at ground level. The elevated deck that brings you up to a couple of businesses, that was destroyed beyond repair. So luckily for us, the federal government introduced a Fiona recovery program. It was actually worth $300 million. DFO was smart. They took off $100 million right off the top to look after their wharves.
Okay.
So it took a while for ACOA, which was mandated to manage this program, to get the rules from Treasury Board, because they're not normally into disaster relief. So all these rules had to come from Treasury Board, and they had very little flexibility. So it was January before they could actually meet with us and start talking about the funding that they could provide. But since they weren't sure, even in January, just exactly how much money would be available for New Brunswick, and even all the rules hadn't been in place, they said if we could identify the projects that needed to be implemented or substantially implemented to allow us to open last year in May, they would fund it through the regular program if they didn't have the funding from Fiona yet. But eventually they did get it, and so the phase one, which is what they asked us to narrow down the scope, they provided a $1.4 million. New Brunswick Emergency Measures Organization, $575,000, and we got insurance payout of close to $400,000. But now phase two, which is of last year, ACOA was able to commit $6.3 million, and I think mainly because perhaps some money was left over from PEI Nova Scotia. And as Kim mentioned, as the estimates got refined and our experience in getting prices, sticker shock wore out, we realized that we would have a shortfall. So we did meet with the province, and they have agreed to commit up to $2.3 million. So all of our projects have been completed now. If you go to the wharf, you'll notice quite a few things there that some are less notable than others, but I think the new cycling and pedestrian paths, I think everybody has appreciated that. Yeah. What is remaining is the Eastern Breakwater is the one that joins at the yacht club. There are two breakwaters there. One joins the wharf, one joins the yacht club. And both of the breakwaters failed because they were not built to withstand a storm of the magnitude of Fiona. So that's going to be a major project. It's going to take place this fall because there's going to be 80,000 tons of armor stone going to be installed. That's huge. So that would have been very disruptive if we would have tried to do the work now or this summer. And most of the stone is going to be installed in waves in the yacht club parking lot, which is going to be destroyed by this. So the project concludes rebuilding that parking lot.
It's going to ruin the pavement, basically. It's going to ruin the pavement that's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 80,000 tons, that means they're going to bring a whole bunch, fill up the parking lot, and then place the stone, and they're going to bring a bunch more. And and just as a side note, ACOA told us they only had a certain amount of money they could use this year. They could make available this year. So we had to spend quite a bit before the end of March. So what we did is we pre-purchased $1.7 million worth of stone in order to be able to spend the money. So that stone is already spoken for, and it's there at the plant. So, and just as an aside, we all have seen contractors going to repair shorelines, and all they do, they back a truck and they dump a whole bunch of stone. Then 5 years later, more erosion occurs and the owners wonder what's going on. There is actually a science to erosion protection. I didn't know about it before Fiona, but now I do. And you actually do a design of different sizes of stone, and it's a precise design, and it's meant to mitigate the intensity and damage from the waves, the force of the waves. So I guess the next hurricane we'll find out. Next slide. Okay, that light blue portion right at the top, that's going to be the rebuilt breakwater and extension. Because although the breakwater attached to the wharf did a slightly better job, we would have needed to make it much more robust. And by trying to build, expand it from where it is, it would have impeded into the navigation channel. So we're going with an L-shaped extension, which has the advantage of protecting the entrance to the harbor. It also might minimize the amount of sand that migrates there regularly, because every 5-6 years we have to do some excavation. 2019, we excavated the entrance and the approach channel. Cost us $100,000. In 2023, cost us $300,000. So that's what we're dealing with today.
Okay.
Hein? Le jaune, c'est l'excavation. Excavation.
Yellow is excavation.
And blue, the darker blue.
We'll take questions at the end.
Yeah. Okay. But just to mention, the darker blue is work that's already been done. The yellow is the excavation that took place. But all of our shorelines pretty much have been made a lot more robust.
Yeah.
The sailing school. This is an interesting situation. I'm sure you're all aware of what happened last year at the Shediac Bay Yacht Club. They chose not to allow the sailing school to return there. And this is after over 65 years of operation. And if you look at the Bay of Shediac and the fact that most people are around the town of Shediac, there was only one other place for them to go. And that, now the Pointe du Chien Yacht Club doesn't have the footprint itself. They have a bit of their property within our property, but they're very limited. So what happened is a group of parents established the Greater Shediac Sailing School, and they came to see us about setting up operations. Now, the thing you have to know about the wharf, we've had a limited footprint. If you go there, I'm sure you've all had the opportunity to go there. A nice night in July, and you have to go around the parking lot several times to find a space. And what looks like a vacant open space on the left as you get to the entrance gate is actually an area to park vehicles and trailers for day boaters. People who bring their boats, put it in the water, go out for the day, and then come back. We don't want them using up valuable space on the main wharf, so we have them bring their vehicle and parking lot there. So it does get filled up on a nice day. Nevertheless, we gave them a bit of space so they could set up they got a container for their equipment. They had just enough room for their boats, but they had to do the classroom instruction in the kitchen at the yacht club. But that meant they would have to cross the road several times a day, which is not a good situation. So the next slide. Okay. What you have to know is most sailing schools are part of the yacht club operation. So when they were operating at the Shediac Bay Marina, they used the building that was owned by the yacht club. They didn't pay a rental fee because they were part of the operation. They had a liaison person on the board to talk about sailing school issues. And they actually combined the finances. At one time, the sailing school had their own accounts, but they merged that. And so that's the situation. So this is a bit of a unique situation where you have a sailing school that's on its own. It's not part of a the organization's operations. So what we want to do, we want to extend that space they're using, and there'll be I think the next one will show you that, but we want to expand it by 30 meters and give them a dedicated space that would be for them, because they're not going to go anywhere. This is the only place they can be. There's going to be development at the Shediac Bay Marina that probably will not allow for them to ever return there. So Pointe-du-Chien Harbor is the only place they can operate from. And in 2029, the Canada Games will come to New Brunswick. There is a possibility that sailing competitions will be here, which means that there'll probably be even more facilities that can be built with funding from the federal government. Now, the last line in the slide before, I'll just read it. Funding agencies normally require a proponent to contribute a portion of the cost of implementing a project. And I'm sure you're aware of that. Fiona recovery was different. That's disaster relief. So they're providing 100%, luckily for us. So, yeah, so what you see there, go ahead, next slide. Okay, so the access road is sort of at the top there from left to right. And you might see a little bit of building there where Big Fish was operating last summer, a bit on the left. But there's a dotted line there, and that's the portion beyond that dotted line to the right is the extension we're looking at. And what it might allow, and we don't know, but if it ever implemented, the people delivering children there might not have to go through the gate to get there. Maybe we can make them an entrance and put a fence. The other thing is the building they are using now, which is what Big Fish was using. They're going to be using it this summer because Big Fish pulled out. But if we make that extension, we want to move the building as well. So everything will be there, their equipment, their boats, their building for instruction. So that would be the ideal situation. And we've got an application almost finished, but we're focusing more. We want to get the 2.3 million from the province before going to them for this one. We don't want them to say, "Oh, we'll give you the money out of that 2.3 million." No, the 2.3 million is for the breakwaters.
Okay.
So, and so because it's not related to disaster relief, I'm pretty sure they're going to be asking for a contribution from the proponent. Now, it wouldn't make sense for us to make that contribution because they're not part of our organization. They're a tenant. So if the sailing school itself is able to access some funding, we're going to ask them to do that, but I'm sure it won't be enough. The best we've been able to make when we've gotten agreements before is that we've had to contribute 10%. Sometimes they'll try to get you to contribute 20, but generally you can negotiate them down to 10%. But 10% of $1 million is still $100,000 if they agree to 10%. So next slide. This is an old postcard, and this is what the wharf actually looked like. Now, the wharf got built in 1853. The Pan Am section, we call it the Pan Am Pier, was actually an operating pier. They had warehouses there. They had trains going right there, and they could load boats there. And of course, in the late 1930s and early 40s, you had the Pan Am operating the flying boats. And so they had a terminal building there at that time, and they had a restaurant on the main wharf just for their passengers. So, and the next one shows almost a similar scene, but it's an older photograph. Part of our infrastructure plan is to rebuild the pier so that from the water, it'll look as if it's a wharf. It won't be, it'll be just a pedestrian walkway around it. But from the water, it should resemble a wharf. So this is basically what the message we wanted to give you. Just so you know, and I think some of the town officials are aware of that. Even in 2018, our first submission to OCOA was 2015. And during that period, and since then, even when we negotiated with them for OCOA, they always ask the question, where's the town in this? Well, before we used to say, well, the town, we're not within the boundaries of the town of Shediac. So the town has no real ability to spend capital funding outside of its boundaries. At least that's the message that was given. But now they know that we're within the town boundaries, so they don't buy that anymore.
Can't quite do that one again, yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Boudreau. It provides us a good sense of what the Port Authority is looking to do and why and whatnot for more resiliency against storms and climate change, in a sense that accompanies with that. So thank you much for that. And we do know the ask in terms of the amount. Question, Conseil Boudreau.
Oui, merci de notre excellent.
That's a great work at Pointe-du-Chêne.
In regards to the Canada Summer Games, I had brought that up about 6-7 months ago, and I read that there seemed to be like a fusion between Moncton and St. John in regards to 2029. Can we be more aggressive and try to have some of the aquatic events here in town? I know if we can do a formal presentation to the organizing committee, I'm not sure if they're organized yet, but we have one of the best bays. I think it is the best bay in the province, and the sailing school has been there for 65 years, and the Pointe-du-Chêne and everything. I think we should be more aggressive and try to get some events here in town in the next 5 years. I know it's a long way down, but and money can come our way also when you improve the infrastructure. I'm not sure how we can go about it to mandate the staff, just start talking with somebody in Moncton and St. John and Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think they have an official organizing committee set up yet.
That's good.
But if that should happen soon, though.
Okay.
And I think it would make sense to.
The evaluation of the bid is going to occur in 2025.
Okay.
Early 2020, springtime, kind of thing. So it's only at that point, then after that you'll probably see an organizing committee of some sort, because the province is still going to figure out what bid they're going to accept, even though there's only one on the table. So it's the timeline that they've chosen. So
if I can just take a minute for something different, is that excuse me.
If we can get a package together that can sell our product when they evaluate or before they evaluate with the sailing school and Okay.
Thank you, bud. Now, I have a few other questions. Conseiller Roland Cormier.
Merci pour. Es-tu correct si je parle en français?
Is it fine if I speak in French? Yes, go ahead. That's what I thought. Thanks a lot. I just want to clarify something about your presentation. If you want to go to page 11 of 17, you're talking about infrastructure. You say that you want to do the rock wall. So who does the marina belong to? Well, right now, the breakwater that's attached to the marina land, they built it a long time ago. We wanted to build on it and go deeper into the bay. But where our edge of the land stops is right next door. And ACOA had some preoccupations around having a breakwater that was sitting on two different footprints. So they asked us, or two different wharves rather. So they asked us who would be responsible. There's one part that would be on the yacht club and a part that would be on the harbor authority. So we decided that we're going to build it completely on our land, and the rocks that would be there at the sea would serve as the foundation for the new breakwater. It wouldn't be wasted. It would help us. Who does the marina belong to? It's a separate organization. It's separate from us. Do they intend to contribute to protect their own infrastructure as part of this as part of your project? There's work that has been done on their own land. They receive some money from ACOA, but no, all of the money for the breakwater comes from ACOA and has been given to the Harbor Authority, and it comes from the province to the Harbor Authority. So the breakwater that you'll be doing to save part of your infrastructure and save a big part of the private clubs infrastructure and their boats, they're not contributing to it. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes, because the approach that we took up is that we want to protect the whole harbor. I understand it. Second question. You're speaking about making extensions for the sailing school, and you have you have projects to move the big fish. So the sailing school, you mentioned that it's volunteer parents who had created the organization. Are there many people that participate in the sailing school? The gentlemen and gentle ladies, young, teens. I'd say between 350 and 400. It's the busiest sailing school in the province. 300 to 400. So, and these 300 to 400 people, are there many citizens of Shediac that participate? There are some. Could you provide us with those numbers? Yeah, we could get that. I would really like to see before, as a municipal council, that we commit. It's a good project, but I'd like to know before we commit to it, to know how many of our residents would be taking advantage. I remember, it's a little bit of anecdotal. When I was at one point I was young, now I'm less young. I lived in Scoudouc, and I've always lived in Scoudouc. There's no way that I, as a citizen of Scoudouc, could have taken advantage of those little boats. It was all people, prestige people from the community. And my dad just worked at CNR. We didn't fit there. And that's why I want to know who participates in these things. And I would, if there's many of our citizens, I'll be the first to say yes. Otherwise, I might be the first to say no. Thank you. Because it's a resort community that sees a lot of people in the summer who are in summer cottages. There's lots who come from away. They'll spend their vacations, and people from Buktu, Shorishibuktu, they don't have a sailing school north. So if their youth want to take sailing classes, they have to come here. So there's a mix, but we should be able to get you those numbers. I can see that you're interested.
Councillor McEnroy.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to express my thanks and appreciation to Don and Kim and the entire board for the work they do, and also for the presentation tonight and highlighting the significance of the Pointe-aux-Chenes Wharf as an economic entity within the town, and also as part of the lifestyle of town of Shediac. Thank you.
Thank you. Conseiller Emile O'Brien.
Absolument.
Councillor Emile O'Brien.
Kim, and congratulations for saving the sailing school. I think you did a great job on that, and I think it's that Big Fish building is the perfect place for them. So congrats on that. You did a good job on that. With regards to the ask for $230,000 that you're asking for, can that, you mentioned you had a 15-year vision, but can that $230,000 be divided into 15 years? So
actually, the 230,000, don't take that as concrete at this time.
Yeah.
If the estimate remains at 1 million, if we convince the province to and the feds to limit the contribution to 10%, then it would be 100,000. It's just typically they'll start off by saying 30%, and then we say, no, we can't afford that. So they'll say 20%. We'll say, no, we can't afford that. And then they eventually, as one of our directors who was with Fisheries and Oceans, and he was managing the devolution process of wars, said he's dealing with the COA and the other. The only rule is that there's no rules. Basically, is what you can negotiate, and that's what you deal with.
Okay, so your ask for $230,000 is not going to come soon. It's not just going to be.
Well, we plan to submit the application in the early fall, and we'll know at that time what their expectation is.
Okay.
At that time.
Okay.
A more firmer idea.
Yeah. Now, I understand in discussions with town officials, the council would be more open to projects that either are there to improve the visitor experience, so maybe increase the tourism in the area, or something that serves the community. So there are some in our long-term development, but they'll be coming in future years. Right now, this is the one we think that makes the most sense for the town of Shediac to participate in.
In terms of there will be more storms, as we know. How bad and how fierce, well, that remains to be seen.
Yeah.
So we hope for the best, you prepare for the worst, according to this breakwater in that sense. Merci, Conseiller Mine.
That's all the questions I had. Again, congratulations for saving the sailing school. It's a great job.
Few more questions, although Danny, voulais-tu ajouter quelque chose, ou Julie?
Je vais juste répondre à la
Julie, just want to answer like Mr. Rolandsport, 20% were attended the flight school, about 20 people, 20-ish, according to the numbers we have. It's a study like for the youth grant policy.
Councillor Murray-Lloyd.
Don, just a very simple question. Maybe I got a little confused on it. You mentioned about the rocks, and then you filtered into the silt and sand, which is still a major problem there, from what I understand from sailors. Is this correct? And if this is so, is there any work looking forward at correcting that problem?
Well, first of all, the breakwater that joins at the yacht club was not properly built. And over the years, sand has actually seeped through to the point where the series of docks that are the closest to it, they couldn't put certain, like sailboats with a keel, because there wasn't enough depth. So if you look at the yellow on the chart there on the inside, that was to fix that problem, remove that. Now the new breakwater will have the membranes to prevent sand seeping in. And, so they shouldn't have that problem anymore. As far as the approach channel in the entrance, about every 5-6 years, we had to do dredging, as I mentioned. And the coastal study that was done, so we engaged the services of coastal engineers, they determined that there would be much less sand migration once that is constructed, so that maybe we'll only have to dredge every 12 or 15 years.
Thank you, Denon. Conseillère Patricia Bourg-Chevalier.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Merci pour la présentation. C'est peut-être une question.
Thanks for your presentation. It might be a question that comes from the marina. Like them, let's say that there's a profit. Maybe I'm not asking the question to the right person. Do they reinvest right in the marina, or? So we do like a net revenue, like every year, and there's a certain amount that we keep for emergency. The rest goes into a development fund. So this is the Port Authority. So the marina. So I'm trying to follow like the marina, like where the boats are. Is it the private? Yes. So they were established as a business. They're not a nonprofit like us, so they're not nonprofit. So to invest the profit like back in the marina. It's like I said, like it's a separate organization. They do have their own board, even though they could nominate like two directors on the council, but they do have their own organization. They have a Commodore. So they're really like separate. Did you approach them to participate? During all the project on Fiona, like they sat on this committee and they participated like to most of those meetings. They got money from ACOA like for the work on there. So they're not ready to invest money on this project. The things that would be good, like for all the boats on the harbor, like dredging, like pick up the sand that is accumulated, they contribute 50%. Thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Boudreau. I just wanted, like, it will take 30 seconds. So since Pointe du Chêne is part of Shediac, it was our intention like to meet the representative of the town to talk about our challenges, but we did not have time. We focus mainly like on the Fiona, but soon we would like to meet Mrs. Colette. Like she's the liaison and with the councillor of Ward 2, and I met like the councillor recently to tell what we would present this evening. But I think we need like to have a longer conversation on what the relation will be. Things will come. It's just like we're trying to finish this. You have to work on foundation before you go to the next step. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. So this concludes the presentation. Reading of correspondence. Mr. CEO or clerk by interim. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You will see like I did the
I saw you in the office giving, yeah.
Oh.
But I've been sitting here patiently for another 39 minutes. And the only person who allowed to speak is the guy on the left.
Well, I had three on my list to speak. I didn't have a fourth.
I met with my one.
Okay. No. Okay, just hold on. Monsieur.
I was just going to mention when Madame Pellerin was speaking and I saw you in the gallery, it reminded me that yes, you had brought a letter. I forgot to include that letter in the kit that was sent to the council. I just sent the mayor a note earlier in writing to tell him that I was going to apologize when the time comes up for correspondence. I saw the letter briefly. The clerk was out for 3 days last week, so I didn't realize that in that letter, I knew you were calling or you were writing about concerns relating to the procedural bylaw. I did not notice in that letter that you had requested a permission to speak.
Last line.
Okay.
Request respectfully the opportunity to speak for the government.
Okay.
Okay. So given this, I would need just a motion to amend the agenda to add one more additional presentation by Mr. Sullivan. So moved by Councillor McEnroy, seconded by Councillor Roland Cormier. Calling people to all those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. Motion carried. Mr. Sullivan, you have 5 minutes.
Well,
I'll turn on the mic.
noticed in the presentation of the speaker immediately before me that his presentation before the Q&A was 11 minutes.
Those presentations were invitations of council to those groups.
Oh, I see. So they can get more than 5 minutes.
It is not typically those, and I'll just discuss this briefly. Typically, we would have a committee of the whole meeting
That's correct.
for
I know
those
what they are.
presentations. However, council decided to not do those anymore and have those within the item number 6 on the agenda. So as a result, we do have presentations from the public regulated by time according to the procedural bylaw. And we have other presentations which won't happen at a committee of the whole meeting because we're not having any more. Those are going to be within regular meetings, but those will be granted extended time.
But under your new procedural bylaw, you will have committee of the whole.
It can still exist. However, there are none planned as per decision of council.
Well, you'll have to amend the procedural bylaw. By the way, as I do my presentation, do you have the bylaw before you on your screens? Because I'm going to be specifically referencing some sections.
All right.
Thank you very much, your work.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
What I'm about to say, I'm not saying it out of conceit or ego. I am an expert on municipal government and governance. This is not said from a conceited or a vain perspective, but rather from 35 plus years working for 9 administrations of the city of Moncton. I was lucky enough that my career, because I love municipal government, commenced right at the time of the Equal Opportunity Program coming in. There was no greater time to be in local government. Among other things, I was city clerk. I was director of administrative services. I was the first commissioner of corporate planning, and I retired as assistant manager. Following a year of being a fresh air inspector after retiring, I joined a private law firm in Moncton specializing in municipal law, administrative law, and urban and rural planning law. So I just want that on the face of the record if anybody thinks I'm up here talking out of my you-know-what. I am purposely wearing purple this evening. I reviewed this proposed bylaw over the last week or so, and I gave it sober and reflective thought. And as I was thinking of sober and reflection, being a Roman Catholic, I was thinking of Lent and how the statues are shrouded in purple. So I decided to shroud myself in purple. I feel in some way that I'm almost the alter ego of Shakespeare's Hamlet. For those of you who have read the play or studied it, there's a classic line that says there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. Your present procedural bylaw hasn't celebrated its 2nd birthday yet. I fully recognize that what you have before you is what is called in legal jargon a can or a template. It probably came to you from the province, adaptable to St. Martin, Shediac, whatever. It certainly wasn't done in-house expertise. Your worship, at the public information session last week in Skaduk, you volunteered, and I'm not saying this negatively, sir, you volunteered that there was a distinct possibility that both the strategic plan and the first draft of the municipal plan might be available by late August or September. That cued in my ear because anybody who's done a municipal plan, and I've done 6 of them, or when I say that, I worked with others, governance is one of the fundamental components of a municipal plan. You deal with transportation, you deal with education, you deal with health, but governance is definitely one of your big ones. So given what you said last week in Skaduk.
I didn't speak last week at Skaduk.
Well, why do my notes say that you, no, I'm not saying that you spoke, but you indicated to people that the 2 plans might be available by as early September.
No, I did not. The strategic plan, part of the strategic plan process will be completed by the fall. As to the municipal plan, it's a much longer term process.
Well, my point is that when you do get to it, do you accept that governance is one of the fundamental components of a municipal plan?
Essentially, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. That's the point. And for me, that's the time, given that this is considerably more extensive than what you have in the books in terms of your order of the day, for you to be leading with your new procedural bylaw. It fits hand in glove, the way I think. there are some good things, in my view, in the procedural plan that you're contemplating. In that finally, they've laid out specifically what you can address in an in-camera venue. Because there has been nothing in New Brunswick that has been more abused than an in-camera venue. It's been used for dress rehearsals for a contentious rezoning application where the council predetermines what they're going to do. And if anybody thinks I'm naive that that doesn't take place, I got some land to sell you. What's not clear in the bylaw, or the proposed bylaw, it does impose the legal obligation to report out to a public meeting your in-camera decisions. My understanding, and I've seen it in some bylaws, that it's at the immediate next public meeting. Now, there are exceptions. If you authorize one of your staff to purchase up to the point of expropriation land, that can't be done in 6 or 7 days. That may take 4 or 5 months. When that deed gets registered, then you bring it out. Likewise with collective bargaining. It may take you a year to get an agreement. Then you bring it out. I would like to know, and anybody can answer, what are your proposed mechanics for reporting out your in-camera decisions? How do you propose to present them?
Any in-camera discussion on a topic that is authorized, obviously, is then brought to an open session, a regular meeting, for a vote. It's always that process.
What I'm asking for is in what form? What's the mechanics of it?
Well, an example.
Let me try and help you. Have any of you ever had the opportunity to watch Moncton City Council? Any of you?
I think I've watched it a few times way back in the day.
Barbara Quigley, who, God love her, I hired her way back in 1979. She just retired. Very early after they adopt the agenda and the minutes of the previous council meeting, Barbara then reads verbatim the decisions that took place at the most recent in-camera. She reads them into the record. Those are excellent mechanics. And I'd suggest you adopt them. If you want, I can leave a note with somebody showing you precisely what the mechanics are.
Wow. I can, and thank you, Councillor Murray. Lloyd?
But they meet ahead of time. You know damn well what's going on there. They meet ahead of time.
What do you mean by meet ahead of time?
They have little meetings in the back room ahead of time, and they put it all together. Then Quigley comes forward. So let's be careful what we say here.
No, I agree that yes, they have it in
ahead of time. So we go in council, and the mayor brings it forward at the next meeting. But sir,
you and I are saying the same thing. Yes, they do have an in-camera meeting.
So we are now.
What are we talking about?
What I'm saying is, I'm talking about the mechanics of how it gets from that meeting.
Councillor Lloyd.
Councillor Lloyd, are you going to listen to my response? You heard it. I didn't give it to you.
Mr. Sullivan, we're now into 8 minutes now.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite done.
Sure. So
are you going to have 2 regular meetings as the bylaw proposes?
If we're going to have regular meetings?
No, are you going to have 2?
As modified. We changed the number of days. And I know this is not a Q&A session. This is a chance for you to present.
Well, there are things, even in its present form, there are errors in text and there are errors numerically.
And you can certainly provide those, whatever you want to signal to staff.
Somebody in the administration can proofread them. But if it doesn't get rectified, when you give it 3rd reading, that's the way it stays. Ergo, Robert Moncton. It stays that way. I've got a question for Councillor Bro, for lack of a better person. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, sir. Do you realize that under the specific headings of what can be discussed in camera, that you cannot compile your budget privately.
Well, again, Mr. Sullivan, I'm going to interrupt you there. This is a chance for you to present, but this is not a question and answer session.
Well, I have to have some reasonable guarantee that both you, and I have confidence in you,
Yeah.
and I, for that matter, except for the sarcastic comment from that counselor, I have confidence in all of the council. But I have to be assured that they know what they're voting on. And I can't know that until they answer some of my questions.
The questions under for vote at a little later on in the meeting are going to be on the modifications to the current bylaw. Okay, so it addresses a little bit of timeline for documents to be provided before, that type of thing. It addresses the day of the week or the day of the first Monday and the third Monday of the month instead of being the second and the fourth, which was the previous one. And address the time in terms of it would be at 6 p.m. instead of 7 p.m. and addresses partly that in that number 17, which a previous speaker spoke on in terms of which member of the public may address council and its frequency and that type of stuff.
And that was something that I wanted clarification on, section 517. I think I know what it's saying, but I want to be sure.
And this was as sort of discussed on the subject of an orange. A member of the public can talk about an orange one. If you want to talk about an orange again, it's got to be a new thing about the orange. Essentially.
I want to make two specific things that I really, really would like this council to seriously consider before you give third reading. And over and above that, as you know, because it flows out of provincial legislation, it's going to have to get ministerial approval. Because it's flowing out of the Local Governance Act. That's where you get your authority to do it.
Yeah.
I would ask that you table it until such time. I'm not going to repeat myself. You heard my argument. But I'd suggest this. Pending receipt of the Town of Shediac's revised municipal plan, at which time it'd be lifted from the table and considered when council deliberates the governance section of the revised municipal plan, and in the interim, the existing procedural bylaw remain in full force and effect. The second thing that I think is absolutely essential, you have defined regular council, you have defined special, you have defined emergency. You have to define in camera. Those are the four venues where you make decisions. There is no definition of in camera. Do you understand my point?
I understand what you're saying.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking the council. Do you understand the point I just made? You make decisions in four venues, but only three of them are defined. And I'm asking for a definition of the fourth one.
Okay. The closed meetings, which is section 6 in that bylaw,
Correct.
is there. It's called a closed meeting instead of an in-camera meeting. Right. But same idea. So that section is already there. That section essentially reiterates the same thing that's outlined in the Local Governance Act. In a closed meeting, council does not make decisions.
I beg your pardon?
We do not. We may make a recommendation to staff.
I beg your pardon?
We do not make decisions. No, there are no decisions made in an in-camera session.
Why do I want that left on the face of the record?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome, sir.
And I won't forget what you said.
Don't forget.
Okay, please.
You just told me. Not me, you.
Wow.
You and I are about the same age. No, I'm smart.
Bon, merci beaucoup. Donc.
Thank you very much. 7, reading of correspondence. We apologize for this omission, to address it. So the other piece of correspondence, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The other piece of correspondence we have this evening, in reality, there were 5 emails that were received or that were sent like to the mayor council members. So I combined like the 5 emails in one document I shared with the council. For Mr. John Bendel of Shediac is very concerned about the issue of ATVs circulating on the streets. So they're speeding, they're making a noise, especially in the intersection of Beaubridge and Sackville Street. The fact that they send like 5 different emails since beginning of May, we thought it would be important to ensure like all the council members got this correspondence and also to follow up on those correspondence. I had I sent an email to RCMP like sharing those information, and they assured us like they open a file on this issue and they will investigate it and they will come back with once they have more information to share with us. Thank you very much. Question, Councilor Palbuto, thanks to share like those emails. I could write this email. The incident like he's referring to last week, there were 5 or 6 ATVs on Main Street. They were coming out of Alphonse Street, so Jean-Claude, so they all go to LGR school. I don't, because school is almost over, but my concern, if the trend continues, September, October, they continue to go to school by ATV, and they will go on all the streets to go to school during lunch hour, like those 5 ATVs, and I think there's more. They went to a restaurant, so they drive really fast on main streets. I would like to add it. I'm bringing this subject here to the Protection Committee many times. So the access that was modified on the cycling trail, I think it could be re-examined. I don't know, Judy, if you want to talk to your staff to see, like, I know it's almost impossible to limit like the ATVs on our street, but my concern, like we work really hard, like to have a policy for some streets. But I would agree, like if they continue to abuse, it's not only Mr. Bedell. Like I get calls, we'll have to. So they should lose the privilege on traveling our street. We work so hard. It's a really nice economic motor, but we have to act because. So for the schools, Victor, Julie, I don't know if you. But the access also at the end of our street and trails, maybe we should revisit this and bring a recommendation to the municipal council before the fall season. Thank you.
Sur la question d'LGR.
On the question of Louis Girobichaud, we saw a picture that showed that there were ATVs in the parking lot of the school. That's part of what I sent to the RCMP.
So for LJR, like we had pictures, like those ATVs were on the school property.
They have access to that info as well. Is there any other correspondence? No. Great. So item 8, reports from standing and special committees. 8.1, there's the various financial reports, expenses, etc., dated as of May 31st. That's for your information. We don't give it every meeting, but we do regularly provide it. So if you have any questions regarding anything about that, we could do it. Madam Director of Finances at 8.1 will be doing a presentation on how the cost of taxation is devoted. Where do my taxes go? That's an answer to where do my taxes go? So it's where this presentation is to objected to set out what we do with the taxpayers' money, the distribution of costs. So the first slide is that one. The way that I'm showing it is based on the taxation rates for each territory. It goes with the there's a former limits, and since amalgamation, we have Pointe du Chêne. That is its own tax rate. It's not the same one as Shediac Cape and Scoudouc Road. That's why I set it out in 3 different sections. So in the first slide, we see revenue, expenses, true actuals for 2023, and I took the budgeted ones for 2024. I don't think it's worth going through it line by line. You've had an opportunity to become aware of it, because basically, well, I will say this. We see that the biggest difference in terms of expenses between 2023 and 24 is in 2 specific departments: public works. It represents 1.7 million. And that 1.7 million can be explained. There was amounts for 400,000 for new sidewalks. We established a budget of 400,000 for engineering for the next year. And there was 360,000 for the transportation plan, the rain sewer, stormwater sewer, and general engineering. In terms of asset management, there was $100,000 there. That covers public works. The other big difference in terms of expenses is in terms of the recreation and community life, an increase of 1.4 million. That increase is explained in this way. It's the multi-use, multi-sport facility. There's additional expense of 205,000. It's Rotary Park, an increase of 100,000. And in downtown, there was 100,000 more. And engineering, there was an increase of 112,000 for various projects. That's the big differences in terms of the impacts on spending between 2023 and 2024. If we go to next page, for each, you see the taxation rate. So if you take Pointe du Chêne, taxation rate for 2023 was 0.42, and with the increase of 5 cents for 2024, it's 0.47. The town is 1.448, same as 2023. Shediac Cape and Scoudouc Road, they went from 40 cents to 45 cents. And you have it detailed for each cent that we receive, that the town receives, and where it is, where the each cent of the revenue goes. And I would say, stipulate as well, that if you were to look at the public works line and economic development, it's just the former limits of the town that pay for that. We see that these are not shared costs. They're only local costs. That shows it well. And I took the time as well to do a special line for long-term lending. The former long-term lendings for new territories with amalgamation, they're not responsible actually for long-term lending loans that were there before amalgamation. So it's basically that. Do you have anything? I have nothing else to mention. Great. So it indicates how many cents of our taxes goes into a certain category of expenses in a certain sector, let's say. Give it, whether it be Pointe du Chêne or the other former SDs, they had the same rate with the rates and the rate of the former town of Shediac, as you might say. The only thing that I would add that Caro didn't mention is that there are some expenses All expenses that go through the province that are billed to us for the whole of the territory, the province no longer makes a distinction between what was the former town of Shediac and the former LSDs. So the only way that we can try to divide up those amounts in a reasonable way to be able to illustrate this is that we divide it according to the percentage of the tax amounts. When we had specific amounts, we use them obviously, but let's say we had the bill for the RCMP. That's a great example. We received one bill for the RCMP for the whole territory. It's not divided up into what goes into Shediac, what goes to Pointe du Chêne, and what goes to Shediac, Scoudouc, and Scoudouc Road. That bill, just for demonstrative purposes, we divided up based on the share of the taxation for each community, but the best way that we could distinguish between what belonged to whom and how much each was contributing. Carol, the RCMP is not a good example, actually. It is actually divided. Some of the expenses that for which have precise amounts for each territory. RCMP is one, and removal of revenue. I think the only ones that we have specific figures. For example, animal control. That's all blended. We don't have specific numbers for each territory. I gave a bad example. It's the principle that he's presenting. They used figures that existed or based on the percentage of the total taxes. I'd add additional point. As I did the breakdown, I'm basing myself on the total tax amount. It's more or less exact. More or less accurate. I want to take the time to mention it. For example, for the RCMP, the costs, yes, we have real actual costs based on the territory. But if I were to break it down based on the tax amount, it's the town that would have paid the biggest amount, because the revenue that we receive from the town, the mandate received from the town is higher than Pointe du Chêne and the other territories. So, yes, we've split it up based on the tax amount. That was the first tool that I thought of. And there might be other means to separate this out. It might be more accurate. So in terms of removal of revenue, in the town, yes, but for the territories, they're all connected. If you go to Shediac Cape and Scoudouc, it's a longer territory to cover, so it's more expensive. So there might be other means to do a breakdown. Well, it gives a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good reflection. This is something that we can say now. For the 144 of Shediac is 27 point some odd cents that goes to public works. It gives people an idea. And as for the rest, are there questions? Councillor Joel Premier, you're the first. Yes, Your Worship. Victor, you probably answered my question. I just want to clarify and make sure I understand. If so, he'll say. So let's say dog control. It makes me laugh a little bit. There's lots of dogs in Scoudouc. So if I do the calculation of the three together, it's $50,000. So I'm assuming that you divided it, as you said, based on the citizens of Shediac, but that $50,000, where does it come from? Did the province say it was $50,000? Did we get billed? In the case of dog control, animal control, there's a second level of complexity there, because the former town of Shediac used a certain provider to offer services to the former town. The province used another service provider for the former LSDs. And what happened is that even if we're amalgamated altogether, since January 1st, 2023, the contract that the province had with its provider continues until the end of this year. So in that case, it's the province basically that sends us a bill for the four former LSDs for their part of the share of the provincial contract that the province had in place for the former LSDs. It's a bit more complicated. And obviously, we received the bill from our provider for the former limits of the town of Shediac. There are two providers, two contracts to be managed within that envelope until the end of 2024. After that, we could, if the provider that we're now using for the former town wants to take up that whole territory, there is an option. Or if we go out to tender, there's other steps to take until the end of 2024 for that example. So in the bill, do you see how it was used? It's a contract. The bill that we received from the province, it's a set rate per year, divided, I think they divide it maybe by the number of citizens. I'm not sure, but I think it's by number of citizens. Their contract doesn't only cover the former LSDs now connected to Shediac. It also covers all the unincorporated regions in the southeastern New Brunswick. So our portion is sent to us by the province and we pay it. But the money that the taxpayers used to pay to the province via their property taxes, instead of the province keeping it, they send it to us. They give us the revenue, but also the expenses that go along with it. Thank you. We have to deal with these former contracts until they're done. Councillor Paul Boudreau, it's just an observation. If you see in the document here, the former town, $1.44 for taxes. You see the former LSDs and the new residents, 43 cents. Doesn't really reflect what people paid in taxes. It's the revenue that the town receives. This is my next question. Thank you for this report, Carol. It's very interesting. The other portion that the people pay, I've heard, well, not horror stories, but the money that's contributed to the province, but it's not being returned where it should be returned. Do we have the same dilemma? Do we have money going to Fredericton that are not coming back to Shediac for our own projects? No? No, it's not the same thing. In the former LSDs, in addition to the rate, this 44-cent rate or the 45-cent rate, in addition to that, they pay 41 additional cents that goes to the province. We have no control, we have no say about those amounts. But that $1.44 for us, the town sets the rate and the total amount comes back to us. Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Councillor Harry McElroy.
Councillor Harry McElroy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Carol, for this report. It's good information. And I only asked, you probably were preparing it as I asked for it at the last council session. But as a follow-up, I wonder, even if it's just something you want to provide to me, I'm interested in the total assessment in Pointe-aux-Chenes for those same years. I know that it's the province that deals with assessment, but you must know
in terms of the tax base.
What the assessment base is that generates that revenue from Pointe-aux-Chenes, right? That's
you want to. Les revenus de Pointe-aux-Chenes, c'est ce qu'il demande.
No, he's asking for the revenue. No, the assessment, property assessment. We have it in the portal.
To help. So every year in basically October, we get a notification from the province as to what the various tax assessments are for each taxation authority. So like in Shediac's case, we actually have 6 different taxation authorities plus the downtown that's a little different because of the downtown business improvement levy. So there's actually 7 different tax taxation levels or tax zones.
Mhm.
So for each one of those zones, the province in the fall provides us the numbers that we need to use in our budgets. But that's public information. We can definitely supply that to you. It's
Yeah.
not spelled out in this.
No, it's not.
report.
And that's
We can
fine.
certainly share that. That's public information.
Yeah,
It's available
yeah,
on the
I'd
government.
appreciate
website,
that.
But we can circulate the report to everyone.
Okay, great. Thank you. And once again, thank you for this information and the quick response. Also, I have a question with regard to the community and recreation services, only with respect to the comparison between Pointe-du-Chien and the other former LSD areas. Pointe-du-Chien rate is 0.1514. The others is 0.1198. Would the difference in that situation relate directly to the contribution that comes from Pointe-du-Chien ratepayers to fund the Pointe-du-Chien Community Center?
It's because it's split with the this is the 0.1514 is coming from the your tax rate. So your tax rate is 0.4731. And when I split all the expense that are there, the community and recreation services represent for Pointe-du-Chien 0.1514. So,
okay. But the reason for the variation between Pointe-du-Chien and the other former LSDs is related to the amount that comes from Pointe-du-Chien for the operation of the Pointe-du-Chien Community Center.
No. The community and recreation services is include all the recreation services given by the town too.
Yeah, but it's a combination of. It includes.
Include the community, but the community center of Pointe-du-Chien is local services for Pointe-du-Chien. And all the expense stay to Pointe-du-Chien. All the other expenses for the recreation and community services is split. But the recreation center of Pointe-du-Chien stay to Pointe-du-Chien.
So is it listed separately in here?
No, it's not listed separately.
Okay.
It's when I took expense line per line and I say, okay, is it a share cost or if it's a local cost? And this is the way that I.
Based on a taxation breakdown. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Make sense? All right, sounds good. No? Okay. I was hearing some echo back. I thought probably maybe your microphone was still on because I can't turn yours off from my end, but for whatever reason. Sometimes that happens. Donc, merci beaucoup. Conseillère Patricia Bourque-Chevalier.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patricia Bourque-Chevalier. Great work, Carol. Numbers. I love numbers. Thanks for all these charts. It's really well done. I think it'll be a tool that will be useful when we do our budget for 2025. We'll be able to see the revenue and the expenses for each ward separate. We have a balanced budget because it's 68, 88, and 30. It comes out to zero. When we did our made our budgets in October and September last year, in my own head, I thought we were coming up to zero. And those three columns. No, you can't beat zero with all three columns. So that's my second question. That means that Shediac Cape, Scoudouc, and Scoudouc Road, we have a profit of 30,000. Have we divided up all of the expenses per budget? I would say that probably not in 2024. Yes, the budget, there was the zero. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been approved. Yeah, it's zero when you add all three columns. When I say there might be something to validate for 2025 that I'll be putting in place just to make sure that it's a shared cost. The three columns come up to zero for the upcoming years. It's a great tool to prepare our budgets. It's more visual. It's a way of presenting it. You can see what the shared costs are and what goes where. And the local costs for Pointe du Chêne and for Shediac Cape and for Scoudouc. They also have local costs. I'm putting it together. So the council fund, what is it, 300,000? The discretionary amount, 400. Oh, where does it fall under in terms of expenses? In what category in terms of expenses? Well, I put it in administration. It's not completely admin. Some had been paid. There were special amounts. Well, let's say there was a special amount for sidewalks. Then I put in public works, not in admin, because admin is a shared cost. If it was determined that it was for public works, I was really careful about that, to put it under public works or under administration. That answers my question. Once again, thanks. It's really good. It's actually, you've been working on this for more than a week. It's actually, you've been in this for a month or two. I put it together and set it aside because for then I thought it was complete. Then I had to work on it. So I found some things. It's a nice way to present it so that we can all understand it. It's great. Councillor Roland Cormier. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Carol, for your presentation. It will certainly be a great tool for our budget process in 2025. It's a good start. Maybe there's other things to add. We can talk about it as you develop it. It's certainly a great start. I'd like to come back to dog control. I know that we have two contracts. Could you tell us who has those two contracts? Sure. For the former town of Shediac, it's Bill Wimmer. And for the former LSDs, it is the New Brunswick SPCA. Is there some way to inform that we inform our population when there is a dog or a cat or a cow problem? Roaming cows? I have a cow. There can be roaming cows in my ward. Foxes as well. And so on. Is there a way to communicate with our citizens when there's a problem? It's great that we have a contract. It's fine. We pay it, and the service is there. There's no 711 or anything like that. How do we communicate these things to our citizens? Well, normally, when a citizen has a problem, the first place they call is inaudible. Oh, as at the town hall, and our receptionist knows the distinction between these two. So she receives a call from a former LSD. She knows that she has to refer them to the SPCA, and if it's within the former limits of the town, she refers them to Bill Wimmer. We can certainly try to improve communication on that front, perhaps on social media and our website. I have to go see how it's presented. It could be perhaps improved as well. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. So next item, it's protective services. No reports from the police nor the fire department. That's usually done at another monthly meeting. Police services every 3 months in terms of their report. But we do have something under 8.3, building permit reports. You have the building permits. You have the numbers for April and May. I'm not sure if the CAO would like to comment on something you'd like to illustrate, or the director rather. I'd like to apologize that the report wasn't ready for April. So that's why we have both of them here tonight for you. Things are going well. You see the total building permits are in line. So if you have any questions, I can answer, but I present the report to you. We see after 5 months that we're up to a little more than 44 million. It's been a great year. Once again, we have seen some extraordinary years. That's true. That won't necessarily repeat every year. We see some great performances so far. Lots of commercial permits, family homes, residential, multi-unit residential. Councillor Joël Depré. Danny, I asked the question during the meeting at Scudo. Now I have it in front of you. I can maybe clarify it better. There's permits for 44 million. And the town revenue, is it on there? No, the town revenue is not there. It's every quarter. They pay the commission directly when they go get their building permit. It's $5 for every $1,000 of value. That's the cost charged. So if you take the assessment of values for 44 million, $5 would be the amount coming to town. We haven't necessarily received the check yet, but they typically pay quarterly. You have to take into account that we have funds that we paid out to the commission for the services to handle the work under the plan. Thanks for the clarification. Great. Councillor Paul Boudreau, before we spoke of the former town and new town. Is this all new town? It's certainly a new entity of Shediac that includes Pointe-aux-Chênes, Shediac Cape, Scudook Road, and Scudook. That's it, the whole thing.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Next item, number 9. Report, CEO report. Mr. Boudreau, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of report for this meeting, it's certainly like we have several ongoing projects. This is probably the busiest season of the year. On top of all like the consultation projects, we had one last week. And we ended we'll end partly the consultation for the recreation center project. So we had 3 sessions last week with Mr. Bouchot. Good attendance, very good feedback. So the atmosphere was very positive. So the consultation for the strategic plan, they're also going forward. We had the first meeting last week in Scudook. We have 2 other meetings this week, tomorrow evening at Pointe-aux-Chênes and Wednesday evening in Shediac Cape. And the following week, June 26th, we have a consultation session at the Pastoral Center here in Shediac. So we're still trying to have the consultation all the corners of the new town. So these are 2 major projects. We work with our consultant, but it's taking a considerable amount of time for the administration. And also we have several capital projects ongoing. So the citizens are noticing, but there's some work being done on Main Street, Bellevue Street, Pleasant Street, some work being done on the Pleasant Street. I would say like a Mother Nature collaborated quite good. So all those projects are going forward. As for the one that's less visible for the public, this is the renovations at the 2nd floor here at the town hall to accommodate more offices for the administration. And this project is making some progress according to the schedule. There's still some tenders to be solved. Let's say like one will be settled this evening on the work on Harper and Victoria Street. We also have like tenders for the renovation of the fire station with the expansion, and also the one for the there's a one for the ladder truck, and it's being finalized, and we'll have to go to tender for St. Joseph Street. So we have a lots of construction project. It was a big year for the municipality, but we are reinvesting like in the infrastructure of the town. I'm also happy to announce we have 3 new employees joining our teams. So the competition ended. That one employee started this week. The 2 others will join the team over the next couple of weeks. And we have some work we need to do some work to accommodate them and update them on some files. So it's keeping us busy. And of course, the big piece of the summer season will be the 75th of the festival, the Lobster Festival, that will be from July 5th to the 14th. So many team members work to make sure like that festival is well organized. So we are ready to welcome the citizens and visitors in the region for this great festival. So these are the major files keeping us busy, but there's still like many others I could add on my list. I will stop there, Mr. Chair. If the council members have any questions. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Joël Després. Question on something in the report? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Victor, you mentioned concerning like road works. Maybe more Bob, like for. I don't like to make comments of people. I'm not doing this or. Question of public, I would like with maybe you could ask this question at item 13, if it was a clarification on what he said. Okay. Councillor Peterborough. It's more a question. The meeting Skoduk, how many people attended in Skoduk without counting like the employees and the council member? About 20 citizens like who attended. Oh, 10 recommendation for the Service Commission. Councillor Paul Boudreau. Thanks for your report. It works. You referred like to the fire station. Eventually, like did we continue on this? Because I saw like a lot of communities, they had like 700, 800, 900,000. You know, if the administration maybe could look into this to get some money eventually, like for the extension of the 910,000, all the same amount I saw like for small communities not too far. I thought we mentioned it here, but maybe not, like councillor, it's a gas tax. The town of Shediac in the past, a decision was taken to have a gas tax, use it on different infrastructure projects, but some other municipalities decided to take this same amount of money and put it on the fire station. I'm taking like Bouctouche, not too far ago, like I'll go by memory, like 800,000. The town of Bouctouche announced it like they would using, it was a gas tax. So that was their contribution. They decided to invest it in this project. In the past, like the town of Shediac decided to invest this money on a road project. So when I saw those ads, those announcements, like they said specifically like for fire or stuff like that. They said like it was specific for the improvement to improve like the fire stations. No, I think what it means like they changed like the eligibility criteria that were eligible under the gas tax to include like the fire station. So that's why like they did the announcement in Bouctouche. And there's one thing I wanted to mention. We're not sure yet. We did not get any confirmation for 2024 and what we will get, because the agreement in place between the federal and provincial government. So the last week was 2023, and as of today, like no new contract, no new agreement was negotiated. We're hoping like to get a confirmation from the two level of governments so that the agreement tax for tax gas will be renewed and to what our allocation will be. So at the time, the council could decide we will use it on the fire station. So it would be your choice to make, or you could put it like on a road project or any other project, as long as it's a project eligible under the program. So with the new municipality, so I would hope like we would have, because we have more population, we should, but we didn't see any calculations like from the federal and provincial governments. But your logic makes sense. We have more population, a bigger territory, so technically like the amount we were receiving in the past should increase in the future. So the former LSTs, did they get like those grants on gas tax? It was not structured the same. Like the province had a budget envelope that was unincorporated or former LST region, and the province decided where this money would go, which project. But there was a percentage of the total envelope that was dedicated for the LSTs. Thank you very much, Victor.
Councilor Lloyd. Any news on my favorite subject, Skiduk Industrial Park?
Not yet. We're still in discussions. We're still hoping that the province is going to get back to us on the the initial negotiations. Last we heard was that it was on the docket to go to cabinet at some point in June, but we still haven't heard back yet any formal response.
Thank you. No. C'est pour le rapport du DG.
Thanks for your report, Mr. CEO. Unless you want a second round. So, for the recommendation of the Southeast Regional Commission recommendation 10.1, we tabled at the last meeting. It was res variety subdivision because some council members had questions, and we just wanted like to get some information on this one. So it was tabled. It was the motion was it was moved and seconded, and we could continue our discussion and then vote. I see Mr. Boudreau is here, like in the room, so maybe if you could give us an overview or a quick summary of this request. It's a lot that will be divided like between Main Street and Greenwood Street. So we are wondering like how it would be divided, and there was a document that was there just to give you more visual, and we did not have the last time. You said you didn't get like the personal report. We have a second report. Before we could see like the lot, but we would not see how it would be subdivided. I do not have a lot like to add. So the bylaw, like the subdivision bylaw, like when someone subdivides, then you have to contribute like to the public utility line, like for the municipal, to a percentage of your line, or payment like for a set amount of money depending on the established value of the land. So the value of the land, the determination to see if it was a lane or money, it's done between like the service commission and the staff of the municipality. So once the determination is done, we have to establish like a market value of the land, and it's done also between the Plan 360 municipal administration and the landowner. So once the three parties agrees on the value of the land, the council is asked to ask, and we prepare the report, and it's presented to the council so to accept or not this amount. So this amount, we're talking about an amount of 115,680. And the recommendation was that the council accepted this amount for an amount of money instead of $1,254.45. So just to specify, Jeff, like for your benefit, like the staff report that was presented on June 3rd showed like the land, but there was no like a lot plan. So what I did this time, I added like the PRAC report, and the PRAC report was showing like the subdivision plan. So we wouldn't go to the PRAC as such, but the resolution for the PRAC was before. There were some variances. It was showing, so I apologize. We should have attached like a copy of the plan to the report. And if it wasn't there, I apologize. It was a mistake on our behalf. We're just wondering. We table it, we'll vote on it like the next time. Any council members? Councillor Emile O'Brien, any question? Thank you. I had moved to table it just to know like if any plans would be, what would be the plan for those subdivisions? So the subdivision and the land development, it's a two different process. So the owner can build what they want, either like it's a business or residential, depending on the zoning. If he does something that meets zoning, he will have to bring it to the council to modify the zoning. And not only like the bylaw to allow. So we have no indication what will be built on this land so far. It's not attached to the subdivision. Councillor Joël Després. A question. So right now it's one lot. So the one part is facing Main Street, the other part is facing Greenwood Street. So the developer would like to build a residential unit. So we need like to have commercial on the first floor. It's limited like to the land like adjacent to Main Street. Like once the land is subdivided, the lot will only be on Greenwood Street. So to open more possibilities like for a single family unit. It's still a general commercial zone, but there's a minimum of the number, at least 3 units to become a residential development. Could not be a single family dwelling. Perfect. So, on this note, it was already moved and seconded, so we do not have to do this part again. Ready for the vote? All in favor, saying aye. Against, nay. Motion carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Boudreau.
Au point 11, aux affaires non terminées.
Item 11, unfinished business. We have 2 items. First, the climate change adaptation plan for Pointe du Chêne. So, Mr. CEO, thank you very much. We added like in your package, like the just to reach them, like represented. We had attached a copy of the final report and also a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that was presented to the council. It's more like a background, of course. And the report was shared with the town on March 5th, and the council saw a formal presentation on March 18th. Well, this file for the administration, it's still, there's a lot of questions still a question for initiatives like and actions that comes out of the report. Who will pay for what, how it will be funded, how it will be administered, because in many cases, in all cases, while we're talking, like the town of Shediac does not own any infrastructures at Pointe du Chêne. It's another subject that will be discussed, like when you talk about the private streets. Just to see, like there's a lot of questions, and some of those questions that the administration of the municipality cannot answer because we do not have this expertise. So we'll need some work will need to be done, but we're still aware that the group who had asked for the report was looking forward for the town to commit on this report. So the best administration could do for now you will see in the resolution. We'll have to go back to the council for those action with a mini plan to see like how we will address them, because in some cases like either we do not have the authority, or we do not have the funding, we do not have the responsibility. So each time we'll have to go back to the council with the recommendations, and as long as it's not done for each action, it will be difficult to approve the report. So without any condition, but there's nothing that prevents the council to adopt it in principle if it's the wish of the council. So essentially, this is the recommendation that we presented for your consideration. Thank you, Mr.
I think you wanted to move the motion. Mayor, I would also like to comment, though, that I had given a notice of motion, which basically was in line with what's before us tonight. And I did meet with CAO, and he proposed wording that was somewhat different from mine, but it didn't materially affect the intent of the motion. So I'm happy that we've arrived where we have arrived, and I'm pleased to read the motion as follows. Whereas the town of Shediac received a final report entitled Climate Change Adaptation Plan, Pointe-du-Chien, New Brunswick, that was commissioned by the Red Dot Association of Shediac Bay on March 5th, 2024, as well as a formal presentation of said plan during a regular council meeting on March 18th, 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that council now adopt the plan in principle, having taken note of the following condition: that all action items contained in the plan be subject to further study by the town's administration when possible, and that all recommendations regarding future steps and financial considerations must be brought forward to council for final approval before being considered adopted by the town. So move.
So moved by Councillor McEnroy, seconded by Councillor Jean-Maine Gadon. She waved a little more. Question. Question. Conseil Paul Boudreau.
Councillor Paul Boudreau, thanks to make some progress on this file. In the meantime, would it be possible for the administration, like we assisted the FCM in Calgary, the buzzword of federal is always like housing and climate change. According to them, like they're focusing a lot on climate change, and I don't know if money will follow like what they're saying, but would it be possible like to look at local office, like maybe our MP, like to have money, like to make this some progress, some money that could maybe come from Ottawa to help us, like to do the study or the analysis we would like to do. I congratulate you like for the analysis, because it's a major project. Yes, I attended the webinar last week. It was organized by the Association Francophone des Municipalités du Nouveau-Brunswick. It was following the announcement that was done at the FCM on the climate change issue. Yes, there are some programs like, and there are some programs like to do some feasibility studies, and some programs also that exist like to do the projects as such. And there were like about 2 categories, and so the webinar was last week, so I attended. So there are many representatives from municipalities, mostly Francophone, because it was the Francophone Association who organized this webinar. And they have dedicated employees to work with municipalities. It's certainly something that I think like the deadline for phase 1 would be where the feasibility studies would be by mid-August, is certainly something we'll look at the administration to see if we could try to get some funding, because there's still some questions we have to address as municipalities before we can start those projects. There's some research to be done. If the fund of the FCM helps us to do this, well, it would be to our benefit to get the funds. My second point, Victor, climate change. It's almost synonymous as emergencies, like to work maybe on a local project for emergencies. So it would include like the greater region, so even southeastern Brunswick. Are we making some progress in case of emergency during climate change? Could we make some progress of this fall? Things are moving, but slowly but surely. But we had a meeting last week. It's a meeting scheduled for an hour and a half, but the meeting lasted 10 minutes because they did not have all the information they need. I think they were waiting like before the administration can get to the council to propose a more regional approach. Like all the documents have to be available in the two languages, and it was not complicated. So they had to work on translation. It's mostly Moncton Dieppe Riverview, like they're providing like most. This is their templates that we would be using for southeastern New Brunswick. Fortunately, in Shediac, we were using like the same template as what the Greater Moncton was already using. So it will facilitate the transition, but still we'll have to go back to the council and to get like official approval, but we're not able yet because we're waiting for all those documents in the two languages. Thank you. Councillor Roland Cormier. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was here like when the presentation was done. I was one of those like a question. It was a lady or gentleman. It was someone anyway. So the question I asked at the time was, is there anything in the plan that will legislate new construction? Because we know today, like with climate change, like things will not become better. All of us, like we went to Pointe du Chêne, and when there are big storms, it's not easy. Like for the residents of Pointe du Chêne to have 3-4 feet of water on their street, and it's a start. It will not improve. I think things will get worse. And I was extremely surprised, like that the consultants seemed to see like the regulations in place were okay, and that the bylaw on new construction was not required. Well, that's what I understood. In my other world, I go to Florida, and where I live right now, when I go, it's close to water, and they do not allow, they allow like a new construction, but they have to be built at 9, 10, 12 feet on top in the air. And I don't know if by implementing this project that we should look at this, or is it maybe our new like plan, our new plan, like development plan, if we're trying some money like to mitigate all the things in our territory. My 5 cents would say we should not encourage people to rebuild in a zone where maybe not today they might get some water, but might be some water there tomorrow. In my opinion, it doesn't make any sense. It's my opinion. And Mr. Mayor, I don't know who can answer that. Who could answer this? So maybe you could try, Mr. CEO. I could try because I'm far from being an expert in the matter. But first, there's still some measures in place, like for the development, and they have to be followed. But one of the actions that was identified in the report was the report
of development restrictions and long-term land use planning. Existing development restrictions should be revisited in long term to ensure appropriate development boundaries are maintained. Ça fait que oui, c'est une des actions.
Yes, it's one of the actions that will be like in the adaptation plan. But yes, you're probably right. Like the work will be done like during the revision of the municipal plan, because is to take our municipal plan and rural plan, like the existing in the former LSTs, and combining in one new municipal plan. And these type of restriction could be assessed at the time.
Mr. Mayor, because when the presenter was here, I asked the question, and he or she, and I apologize for not remembering if it was a he or she, didn't seem to be stressed about that, my preoccupation. So it's good that it's in the report. It's good that when we go forward, it'll be part of a lot of solutions to try to mitigate the issues, the serious issues that they have now, and certainly they'll have later. So if we can help them help themselves, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. And the Beaubassin West Rural Plan, as well as the Shediac Municipal Plan, its current versions, contain what's called a sea level rise zone. And this is to Plan 360's credit for doing that. Possibly from before I got on council. Anyways, it's been a long time. I mean, come on. And Mr. Boudreau can attest to that. He's been there that long. So anyway, not to say your age, but anyway, but it does restrict development in flood-prone areas, and part of it is the 4.3 meter level and whatnot, and how that works.
Yeah, Shediac can claim to be one of the first in the region to have a climate change adaptation component to the zoning bylaw. Since 2012, there's a restriction on the minimum habitable portion of a dwelling. So it takes it into consideration not only storm surge and high tides, but also climate change and sea level rise. So it takes into consideration 1 meter of sea level rise over the next 100 years. So in the year 2100, buildings that were built would still be above that high water in a storm event during a high tide. So in that worst case scenario. Now, to be fair, there's a significant existing building footprint that you have to wrap your head around. And the other element is that it's very difficult to simply prevent any development on private property. You're generally expropriating land without compensation by that means. So that's a big no-no that, provincial governments are not encouraging. So we say you can develop, but it has to be adapted development, right? If there's things that can be improved or changed in the following plan, we encourage that participation, and we will have plenty of time to have those conversations and discuss options going forward.
Thank you, Jeff. Merci. Conseillère Janice Cormier.
Oui, moi j'ai juste une question pour.
I would just have a question like for the motion. To adopt the plan in principle, like, is it something we do usually at the council? So what is the goal of adopting a plan in principle? Like, is to show, like, generally, like you support like the component or the direction of the plan without necessarily like adopting each of the specific actions, like each of the specific activities. Like there's certainly more work that needs to be done from the administration, like before we can come up with some recommendation. And we have comfortable to do because there's still a lot of questions. So who owns it and who, if we can do it or not, but to adopt it in principle, the plan, well, essentially to say in general, we agree with the direction with the mission of the plan. So it will not put us in a corner. That's why I included the condition. We want to protect like the interests of the municipality, like for saying for each action, the administration will have to go back to the council like with a very specific plan on how we propose to address it. As we would say, like the plans identify the goals. It identifies which direction we will be taking, how we like which one will be done first, which one we will do secondly. So this is something that will come, and it's something. It will be at the discretion of the council after research, after preparing like a business plan or an action plan to address like a goal. Instead of saying, oh, we put it something completely different. We adopt, we'll do those goals. This is the goal, essentially.
Councillor McEnroy for last.
Yes, Mayor, just on that point, Councillor Cormier, it's my understanding that one of the benefits of having a town or a municipality approve in principle a document like this, that a group such as the Red Dot organization can apply for grants for individual programs or whatever. And often the question is asked, well, does the municipality where you're going to be operating or carrying out this work support what you're doing? So this approval in principle will say, yes, they don't have a problem with us applying for $100,000 to do something that's recommended to be done within the plan. Right. So that's a real big advantage.
Thank you. So on the motion as read and seconded, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carried. Thank you. So in
the second point, 11.2, legal opinion regarding private streets in Pointe-du-Chêne.
We have a motion. Premièrement, Monsieur DG, donnez the background.
First of all, Mr. CEO, give us some background on this one. Thank you, Your Worship. It's another point where the staff was mandated to look at the question of maintaining the maintenance of private streets in Pointe-du-Chêne. And before even, well, I wouldn't say before taking anything up. Well, there's actually work that has been done in terms of looking into what's happening elsewhere in the province. We're trying to see what could be the different scenarios that would perhaps allow the town to play a role without painting itself into a corner or putting itself into a bad situation, where it would accept a civic responsibility or civic liability. We've identified a few different scenarios, but before really diving deep into the work of coming up with a specific recommendation, my recommendation is that we seek legal opinion on this question. So you saw we asked for an estimate of how much it might cost to go seek a legal opinion and what we'd be asking in that legal opinion. Well, it's a question of looking at the issue. Who owns those private streets in Pointe-du-Chêne? And what are the various potential scenarios? Would we seek to transfer those streets to the town? Would we put in place an association that could manage road maintenance? Do we accept to maintain the streets without transferring property titles? If so, what are the risks associated with that? Or do we accept to maintain the status quo? That is to say, to leave the streets at the discretion of the owners on those streets. So we think that it's important to get a legal opinion on this question before putting much more time and effort into it. And that's our recommendation. And the cost associated with that, well, It's a project that could cost between $7,500 and $12,000, plus tax and expense and additional expenses to undertake that study.
Merci.
Thank you.
So I believe Councillor McEnroy, you want to move this motion as well?
Yes, Mayor, if I could.
Then we'll be able to get into debate.
I would move that council accept the administration's recommendation to obtain a legal opinion from McGinnis Cooper on the issue of private streets in the Pointe-du-Chien area as a first step before considering the maintenance of these private streets. Costs associated with this legal opinion will be charged to budget 1-21015 professional fees.
So moved by Councillor Harry McEnroy, seconded by Conseiller Émile O'Brien. Questions? I imagine there'll be some. Conseillère Patricia Bourg-Chevalier.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Si je comprends bien, là,
if I understand properly, having read that letter, it will tell us what are private streets and what streets owned by the Department of Transportation. Well, it doesn't involve, the estimate that's presented does not involve doing a title search for each of those streets. It's just to classify based on the provincial archives in the system called Planet. We know it well. To go see. All right. It's an inventory of the private streets and who owns them. In some cases, it's clear and it's less clear in other cases. For that price, we won't be getting title searches for each of those lots. It's just an inventory. That's great. Second question. We were talking about on nearly 4 weeks. Is that sufficient? That's what they told me in their quote. I find it's great that they put a date in there. Thank you. Approximately 4. It could be 4.5. You never know. It's approximate. I hope not. Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciate the recommendation in one way, but as another application is made to us by Pointe-du-Chien from Shediac Cape or whatever, have you indicated where the budget would be taken from? Do we have money for that types of consultation this year? We refused to do a study, consultation study for the sidewalks of Shediac Cape, for example. We have already accepted something, that consultation for Pointe-du-Chien in the amount of $5,000. Where is this $12,000 coming from? Does it actually exist? Well, it's certainly a somewhat different situation than in the past, because when it comes to engineering costs, budgets associated with engineering costs, as with other projects, it's under Public Works. It's a local service. It's not a shared service. In the case of legal opinions that we seek, we have an account in the budget for what we call professional honorariums. It can include different types of professionals, but it certainly includes all of our legal costs, and that's a shared service, something shared by all of the citizens in the town. It's in the shared services budget. Thank you very much. Next, Councillor Paul Boudreau. Victor, what exactly will this legal opinion tell us? It will tell us to go further? Based on your answer, is there a specific inventory in terms of what they need to study? Then it involves the surveyor. What will this report look like, more or less? I don't know, because the work has not been done. We asked that he look at 3 components, that who owns the streets, these private streets in Pointe-du-Chien, try to identify it and get a clear inventory, which streets, who owns them, and then we look at the risks that could be associated with different options. It's not just one option. we give them 4 scenarios, either that those streets are all transferred to the town of Shediac and that we accept maintenance responsibilities. Perhaps we may do maintenance without transferring title to the town of Shediac. Maybe we put in place an association that could manage street maintenance, and we could do a local improvement project, a bit like Pointe du Chêne did for the community center several years ago. Or we could say we're maintaining the status quo, and the town doesn't get involved. Let's say currently it's not the municipal responsibility. It's the responsibility of the department or private citizens or the corporations or associations that own those streets, those private streets. It's technically up to them to maintain them. Just to finish, the first answer. There's those 4 scenarios, and it's also a question of trying to come up with the best option, to consider the best option to recommend to the council that would eliminate or reduce to the fullest extent possible liability, municipal liability, if we do decide to start up with those questions. So for us to take a wise decision as a team, don't we need costs? So if we take a responsibility for the streets, don't we need numbers to say, yes, if we take charge of the streets, it costs $2 million, $200 million? I don't know the numbers. We need some numbers. That's part 2. This is part 1. Part 1 is just to come see what is the best option to follow. And then we need to take those recommendations, if you accept the recommendation. And then we'll have to do some more research to come to you and say, well, is that an option that will cost $10,000, $100,000, $1 million? And who's going to pay for it? How will it be managed? How will it be administrated? All of those questions will come afterwards. At the start, we just need the legal opinion on this general question. Thank you, Councillor Boudreau.
Councillor Murray Lloyd.
Councillor Murray Lloyd.
Not on the options, but wouldn't the church be able to give you all that information rather than go to legal? Harry, we've discussed this with them. They know every road they own.
For them, they know the road that they own.
They don't own
but
them
they
all.
don't own them all.
No, but we only want the ones they own.
Well, this is a question for every private road in Pointe du Chêne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No matter who the owner is.
Okay.
I guess. In that regards.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Conseiller Renaud Cormier.
Councillor Renaud Cormier.
I'll continue on Murray's logic. I hope we're not, and I don't disagree doing this, by the way. I hope we're not hiring a lawyer that we already know not the majority of some streets that are owned by church. I hope we're not hiring him to do that work. I understand if there's private, if somebody on staff can certainly have a meeting with somebody from the church and ask them which roads they own. So it's okay. So you get the majority of the roads out of the equation, and naturally you need to go see where the rest is. That the plan?
Yes, we'll obviously work with all the landowners. The identifying who owns the streets, that might be like 2% of this project, right? Like that's going to be the easy part. The difficult part is going to be looking at the 4 scenarios and coming up with a recommended approach.
If we're looking at those scenarios, there's certainly streets that somebody owns in Pointe du Chêne, and there's certainly issues in some streets at Pointe du Chêne. But there's certainly some issues on private roads in Shediac Cape and Shediac and in Shediac Road. I would presume presume only, and maybe we can have a confirmation here. I would presume wherever the legal opinion comes from, drops at that we probably take those opinions for all of the other private roads in our municipality. I would presume.
I would presume so as well, but it's not my decision. It's yours.
No, that's fine. And
actually, the risk of a private road is the same no matter where the private road is located.
Exactly. And maybe there's some private roads, if we did whatever we decide, might possibly could be compatible, and we do the same thing if the citizens from that particular area, whatever councils decide when they decide, that's fine. There's, and this is a comment, and it's certainly not, it has nothing to do with the administration. My comment is going to be nothing to do with the administration, nothing to do with the mayor, nothing to do with nobody. But this is the comment. We're asking a firm to do this type of study, and it's going to take them 4 to 6 weeks. The same firm that we asked for a legal opinion on a wharf that might belong to us, might not belong to us, that started in January, and we're in June 17th. I'm just frustrated. And I'm frustrated for the citizens that, well, we want to know as a council who really owns that piece of land or that property. It's a bit there. And
I can understand your comment.
And I would think the citizens that are
slightly off subject.
Well, I don't think I am, because it has to do with that. But if you say I'm off subject, I made my point. And
But there's no title searches being done as part of this.
No, I know, but still.
Yeah, but I can understand. It's the same firm, you know. Conseiller Jean-Claude Bertrand.
Yeah, like she mentioned a while ago, we refused some studies. We're going to do this study, which I completely agree. I go down there often, and they need it to be corrected. But on the other hand, we have a lot of citizens, and there's one that approached me. He said, well, they're going to make a study down there. What about my street? It's a private road. Are they going to take care of mine too? So everybody, eventually, we agreed to this. Are going to come tomorrow and say, okay, can you make a study if you can do my road or not? Where do we stop? You know, and then
I'm going to make a comment like Councillor Cormier just made. I don't want to offend anybody around the council table, but with all due respect, I'm fulfilling a mandate that I was given by council. So council asked me to go back and come up with options. Okay. That's what I'm doing.
Right.
If you don't like the option, you can vote against it. You can vote for it. You can table it. I'm bringing back based on the mandate that I was given to come forward with some options.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
All right. All right. It is a motion that is as a result of a previous motion, from that council passed, at the time. So, on the question, it's been moved and seconded. Already did that. Yeah. Question. D'autres questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Jeunesse Cormier.
Discussion. Would it be wise to table to see what other things could come up before we start looking at Pointe du Chêne only? Do we want to look at what other private roads that could come up afterwards, or, what private roads they have in Scadouk, Shediac Cape, and Shediac? Are we opening this big can and we're not going to be able to manage it? We're not going to be able to fund it? Or do we know?
Well, Conseiller Cormier, I'll provide a comment this way. This is to provide us a legal opinion that will be transferable to other areas. Well, like I said, a private road is a private road, whether it's located here or whether it's located in northern New Brunswick, for lack of a better spot to think on the, just like that. So it is a question that council decided that we wanted to look at the situation. I've had number of conversations over the last number of months, even before that. And it's a question of, well, council decided to move in this fashion. Let's look at the question. There's no other municipality in the province of New Brunswick looking at this question, to my knowledge. I've asked around quite a bit. Just in terms of, was there something that they had done that would be, you found the path forward? No, we're making the path forward with this. And it's to our credit, in that regards. It's going to provide a risk assessment of a legal risk assessment for each of those particular categories or scenarios, if you want to call them. And after that, we'll have that information. We'll be in a better position to figure out how to move forward. And if we're going to move forward, it's also, the status quo is a possible option there in terms of that. But it allows for a better discussion, a better understanding in order to have a better outcome. And what's the best risk, amongst that? I don't know. That's why we're seeking that legal advice.
Thank you.
Monsieur DG, anything to add to that?
No.
Okay. Jeez, we're understanding this. Conseillère Patricia Bourg-Chavary.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Moi, je lis juste...
Thank you, Your Worship. Just let's going back to, I'm just rereading the motion, private streets in maintenance of those private streets. It should be all private streets of all of Shediac. It's just a recommendation for those private streets. As I read it, that was the direction that the council had given. The council decided we're going to look at the question of the streets in Pointe-du-Chêne. It wasn't a question that the council didn't want to look at the streets in another former LSD. I understand doing the inventory of Pointe-du-Chêne that was requested. I think that the study should take into consideration, is it maintenance if it's a short street of 300 feet in Pointe-du-Chêne, or it's a bigger street, 700 feet in Scoudouc? You know what I mean? The recommendations should be take that into consideration, not just for Pointe-du-Chêne, all private streets. If you'll allow me, Your Worship, your Worship said it earlier. The legal advice that we will get will allow you to make those decisions. Once the legal opinion comes to your desk, if you decide that you want to undertake maintenance of private streets, well, you'll be deciding at that point if it's just private streets in Pointe-du-Chêne. Is it private streets over all of our territory? That will be your decision. But the legal opinion, the fundamentals, the legal arguments, the civic liability, liability will be the same whether the private street is in Pointe-du-Chêne or Shediac Cape, and you'll be able to use those legal foundation to make future decisions. Do we just do it in one spot? Do we do it everywhere, or not at all? It will come back to you. I'm following you. The only thing that's different in terms of the territory of Pointe-du-Chêne and the rest of the municipality will identify the landowners and the streets of Pointe-du-Chêne only. That's 2% of the effort. We can do that another time in another region after, if there is a desire to do so.
All right.
Okay?
So, on the question. All those in favor say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion carried. Thank you. Donc, numéro 12.
Number 12. 12.1. It's what we're calling the game plan to address the need to amend town bylaws. Mr. CAO. Thank you, Your Worship. This is another file. It's a very complex file, but one that we'll have to at some point cover. Right now, without taking into account our zoning bylaw and our municipal plan, there are roughly 32 bylaws on the town books right now. Out of those 32, 13, you could say that they're based on the geography or the geographic limits, let's say, of the town of Shediac. And they were all put in place based on the geographic limits of the former town of Shediac. So I know that, for example, Councillor McEnroy in Pointe-du-Chêne has already discussed a couple of those bylaws, where he'd like to see those bylaws, the scope of those bylaws, let's say, brought open to cover his ward of Pointe-du-Chêne. In discussions with the staff, it's mostly the clerk and myself on this question, we're trying to find a way, a coherent way, a consistent way to cover this question. There are many bylaws. Each of those bylaws has to be amended, brought forward for readings. It's going to be a very long process. Before undertaking that process, we're trying to come up with an action plan or a strategy in terms of how to address all this. When we did the visits, the consultation visits in the new wards, one thing that the mayor explained at the time would be that all decisions made in terms of extending the scope of our bylaws to these new wards, that there would be a public consultation. And that being said, we've tried to present a sort of a strategy in terms of how we would envision undertaking those steps. For your interest, I put all 32 bylaws, but really, it's just the first 13 that are highlighted yellow that are probably the biggest priorities. And the idea here would be to take those 13 bylaws, to have a survey among the new wards, 4 new wards, where we would present a little summary of each of the 13 bylaws. We would give them a link to the town website where they can review the full bylaw if they so wish, and ask public opinion in each of those wards, which of those 13 bylaws would you like to see applied in your own community? That will, at the end of all of that, once we will have done the 4 surveys, maybe 8 of the 13 will be unanimous. Well, we'll start with those ones then. It's not that we wouldn't do the others, but at least it'll give us a starting point. It's like I said, it represents a lot of work, and instead of doing one here and one there, the idea was to find a more overall approach. Well, still though, there are questions that would need to be sorted out as we go along too. Once again, this question of the local budgets versus shared services budgets. Right now, the bylaw, our bylaw officer, it's a local budget. It's only paid by the former town of Shediac. If we expand the scope of certain bylaws to the entire territory, we'll need to look at the budget associated with the officer. It might require a second officer at some point. And what we're trying to prevent, we might not be able to prevent it 100%, but what we're trying to prevent.
So what we're trying to prevent is to look at having some kind of consistency, like when we can compare like the former town of Shediac to the new town of Shediac with the 4 new wards. We cannot have one bylaw that only applies to 2, like two awards, and another bylaw that 2 or 3. We need some kind of consistency. So the idea, if we do a survey, like we take the pulse of the population, we know like which bylaw they're interested in, and we would start with these ones. And then we would do like the 3 readings for each of those bylaws, and also there's a lot of our bylaws that they're dated, like and we have to update them anyway. For example, like we have bylaw, like still referring to the former act of municipality and not like the new legislation on local governance. So there have some amendments we'll have to do all along the way. A lot of work to do, but we have to start somewhere. So before we start, we wanted to make sure like the council agreed with the strategy and the direction the administration would take. We wanted to take like to be sure you were comfortable with this approach. So these are good things. I will say one comment just to reiterate what was discussed like during the transition committee meeting, like for the reform. There were 3 people around the table. Were there like Councillor Lacombe, Paul Boudreau, and Marie Lord? Like they were present. They were part of this transition committee. And if I had heard what I heard, we do not want like the Shediac bylaw apply to, just not overnight. No. Because there was some bylaws they were said it does not apply. It doesn't make sense. Like, well, maybe some of them make sense, but it makes sense like to the former town of Shediac. So yes, we can do this, but we're not imposing any municipal bylaw. But some municipal bylaws, like they will make sense, like to be applied everywhere. There's a process. So what I heard, like people wanted to be aware, people wanted to be informed, people want to be able to give their opinion. At least with this, well, it's like from overnight, like we adopted the bylaw, and too bad, so sad you cannot do what you did last week. I'm not saying it will happen. At least it's so.
Councillor McEnroy wants to move this motion as well.
The conseil.
I'll let you have it.
Yeah, I did have the outdoor fire bylaw ready for hopefully for first reading.
Yes.
But again, I had some discussions with the CAO, and I agree with him that this is a better way to proceed, to get input from the public and so on, and deal with more than just the one bylaw at a time. And the timing, I think is reasonable as well. Excuse me, to hopefully to get the public input by September, and then in October begin the process of updating the bylaws. So having said that, I will move that whereas the town of Shediac has several bylaws in place that apply to the old town limits that were in place prior to local governance reform, and that certain of these bylaws could be of interest to the new wards that are now part of the town. And whereas the town administration has developed a strategy and process to consult the public and establish priorities and a time frame to report back to council with the required modifications. Therefore, be it resolved that council mandate the administration to proceed with the proposed strategy and process to modify the town's bylaws as presented. And I hope the record will contain the reference to the information being gathered by September and commencing the changes in October.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
So moved by Councillor McEnroy, seconded by Councillor Paul Boudreau. Questions? Conseiller Boudreau.
Councillor Boudreau, I read the match plan. I'm really agree. Bravo for the administration. You focus on internet. You want to consult people on internet, Facebook, because it's a big territory, but it's not everyone. Like the document would be very important, like to see what they will be able to do and not do with in the new municipality. The communication officer are not only consult via internet. No, the idea was to send like some postcards like to each residence with the information and with some links, like so people, because if not, it will be would be a big document. Would be like a postcard format sent to every residence asking the information where they can go online to get the information. If not, Federal Express will be in our region for a very long time. Councillor Janice Cormier. If people do not have access to internet, can we encourage them to stop like at the town hall and fill it by hand on paper? Definitely. Councillor Roland Cormier, do I understand like we will not have public meeting to discuss this? It will be done electronically and it will be, and we're hoping that they drive to the town of Shediac. So we'll not do anything public for those bylaws? Is it the plan for the consultation part? It would to do it as a questionnaire, but when each bylaw will come to the council to be considered, like we need 3 readings, it has to be presented publicly. So yes, I understand this, like Mr. CEO, you have to take into consideration that like the 4 words that will be impacted in those bylaws, these are new individuals. They're not familiar with the how a municipality necessarily works. So they have like the federal MP, and so that's where they went, or provincial MLA. Now we tell them like we want to do a survey with people, those 4 regions, via internet. I think we're kind of missing. I'm not saying no one will everyone will not understand, but if you really want to consult the public, you have to consult them. If you want to do the symbol, just to pretend you contacted the public, well, do it as you wish. But if that's the plan, only to, so that's why, like I heard my 2 colleagues, it will be done by September. I said there's something I did not understand. If we want to do it properly. If not, we do it right. It's okay. I will vote against because I do not agree. Like we only do it like internet, Facebook, and Instagram, and whatever. If we want to consult the population, let's organize public meeting, explain what it really means. So once they say yes or no, because like, open air fire, yeah, makes it fire. Hear what it means. Well, it might not be that clear, like open fire. So do it right or don't do. I will not vote for. It's symbolic. We did it. That's what it is. We survey. Everybody agrees. And we'll proceed with something else. Check. We did this. Next item. Thank you, Councillor Cormier. As I mentioned also, it will not only be on the internet. There will be some. There will be something mailed to each house, encouraging citizens to participate. We can organize public meetings, but we had a public meeting in Skodok last week for the strategy plan, and there were 20 people. So they got the information the same day as a public meeting. The people I spoke to, or the day after. There was a problem. I'm not criticizing the administration. I spoke with the clerk, I guess, like Canada Post in Skodok. There's something that's not working properly. So you posted it at the right time, the right deadline, but the result was not to do it well. In reality, it wasn't the same, and it's not the town's fault. So when I mentioned it, I told. I only was informed it was this evening, or I got it yesterday, and it was yesterday, or the day after. We'll not get 1,000 people there, but I'd rather have, like, when my citizen in my ward, even outside of Shediac, the old Shediac, like town of Shediac, say, we were consulted. Yes, you could have gone on the internet. We had a public meeting. We decided not to attend. It's on you. I'd rather defend this than saying like we did symbolically, but we did things like people are not used with all this technology and all those things. Even if some of you are comfortable, it's not everyone was comfortable. So we have to put ourselves a level of your common Joe, like the people around the table when the computer was developed. We had finished school. We had finished school. Only a couple of you did not finish their school. So, Mr. Mayor, you're forcing me on vote something you don't want to vote on. So we're taking notes of your comment. Councillor Janice Cormier. So could you recommend to make an amendment to the motion? You can always propose amendment to the motion. Maybe not keep the date as such as ties, but maybe the motion doesn't have a specific date. Mr. McElroy said to know those dates. It's not in the wording of the motion. It's noted for demonstration. Because I think it's a good thing to send something by mail because it means everyone will get it, but maybe we could have one public meeting with all the regions that would attend, not 5, but it would be either to fill the questionnaire or to come to a public hearing at one date. I think it would cover all the points. But with this, it might not be done by September because we have a lot of things in place and there were a lot of public hearings. As Mr. our CEO said, if we say it's unanimous for 5, 6, 7, 8, so it tells us where, which one we can start. Like each of them needs like 3 readings. It's a meeting, but we'll not bring 8 first reading. The first, I hope. I do not think so. Maybe 2. Maybe we'll do like 2, 3, and at a time. It take a few months before we go. If not, most of the year, because we can say we're done. So I would maybe one public hearing to have a discussion of not a public hearing, like a public meeting. So I have a motion from Janice Cormier to amend the motion to include to organize one public meeting, seconded by Councillor Roland Cormier, on the amendment. Questions on the
Councillor Murray Lloyd. On the amendment.
I think one reunion is very dangerous. In my ward, I have a lot of farms. Very, very, very big subject. Cannot be solved with one reunion.
Per meeting, yeah.
I am hit up every second day because of bylaw problems with the city and my ward. I respect Cormier's position, about Janice's position, but I do not think one will work.
We'll do the trick.
In my word.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we can have 3. And then 3 each ward. But I can say it would take a little bit more time.
Okay.
Accept that friendly amendment.
So on the amendment.
Well, what exactly?
Now, wait. So the proposer, because your microphone's not on, so it's not recorded. So what Councillor Cormier, Janice Cormier, it's a combination of Cormiers tonight, but anyway, is proposing instead of just 1, let's have 3, 1 in each of, well, there's only 3 buildings for which we could have a public meeting, although technically there are 4 wards, but Scuttock and Scuttock Road are so close together. Okay, so instead of 1, 3, that's a friendly amendment for you to the amendment. I'll consider that fine.
Okay.
So on that question, on the amendment, of having 3 meetings? Questions? None. So we're going to vote on the amendment only. All those in favor of having 3 public meetings in addition to the other measures, say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carried. So on the amended motion, which will include the 3 meetings, any questions?
Just to,
Mr. DJ?
well, maybe just to comment, because in the strategy, there was a timeline proposed. It'll be too late to try to have these public meetings before summer. So these public meetings will only happen in the fall, which means the rest will be pushed back. Okay, just want to make sure we're all in agreement. Okay.
That's good. Thank you. So on the amended motion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carried. Thank you. Merci. Numéro 13. We're getting there.
13. Like a request of information by council members. So if you have any questions for items that were not part of the agenda, were not on the agenda, Councilor Joël Després, thank you. I will go back to the question. I don't like commented on the work. I'm not doing them, but the contract you had, like for the second road, like they did on Main Street, is there a section like they will do like a maintenance? It's good like for the first days, but yesterday, like the cars were bouncing in this. So I was wondering, will they be doing a maintenance like every 5 days, 2, 3 days? So the first cars like to drive on it also, like with major traffic and the rain during the weekend, like it really caused us some problems. I understand it was graded since, but they will do like a continued maintenance like throughout the use.
Yeah.
Next one, like a Mrs. Deputy Mayor, thank you. Following the presentation of Seaman, like for the net zero, so what is the next step? Like in the fall, we will have, I didn't want to miss some funding opportunity if it's the case, like is it a motion? Do we have something? Net zero, because we got the presentation. So what is the next step? So it was just like to present the plan. It's a big plan. We'll have to take the time to digest it. We'll have to look at the means we could use to consult the public. It's another subject, but because the plan, like to have a net zero municipality, it will take the buy-in of the overall population, not only the 13 people around this table. And when the time comes, we'll come back to you with other recommendation or the next steps. And with the, it will require like some investment from the town if we decide to go ahead with this plan, because for now, we do not have the expertise within our team to start like the recommendation. It's really like above and beyond the capacity we have. Maybe like in the budget process, they might it might come back in the fall. I know we have activities this summer where we'll try at least to talk about the plan to the public. The plan wasn't adopted by the council yet, but you have a reaction from the public on some parts of the plan. There's still a lot of work to do, so before we can go back with recommendation. It just I wanted like the ball stops rolling, so that was my concern and my question. So this evening, did you need like a certain mandate from us? If the ball starts rolling, and I saw like for the festival, like so in the fall, well, it's not something we'll forget. It's important to be informed and not push down our throats, and then we have to react. We have to continue thinking about it, because it's interesting what he presented to us. If it's one thing I can say, like from our partners that will help us with the smart grid community, like the solar park, the research, all those same partners, they're extremely interesting on what we want to do. And they can give us an idea, and there's some work to do, but they see the investment other than the municipality can be there, like in impressive quantities. It looks really good. We're seeing, so there's a chance, an opportunity to get funding, extremely like interesting funding, because when the train goes by, we don't want to miss it. We're before the train. So, Mrs. Deputy Mayor, Victor is right. It's education period and communication period. We want to make sure like the public understands like what we're getting into. Not to adopt a plan, like we could have asked like to adopt in principle, but because it was not exposed to the public yet. Similar like to the adaptation plan, it was presented like somewhere. So this one hasn't been done yet. So we would like to give a little bit traction before we can solidify this with the council. This is our approach, but the ball doesn't stop rolling. Next one, Councillor Jean-Claude Bertin. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 little questions. Going back on the lights for the pedestrian in front of the shopping center and the Pascal Poirier Park. Did you, Bob? You have any comments? So the cars are coming close, and Sunday, like the children going back, the car does not stop because they're too close to see the light. I think we had asked a question, like we have a continued service with the engineer, like in the traffic, specialized in traffic. So this question that left that question with them. So I'm still waiting for an answer. So thank you. And the like the lines for the parking in the parking lot for the Avenir building, because people like they park in the street. If there are lines, I think they would be more aware. They would be closer to the. And the Pascal Poirier house, are we still talking about it? Is it on the back burner for now? The Pascal Poirier house, well, unfortunately, it's one of those files. It just went it fell off the priority list. All the projects we have the engineering study that was done, and you saw it, like it would cost, and it's been done a couple of years ago, it would cost $500,000 just to bring up to standards without doing nothing, without giving any mandate or mission. And the idea, so before we decide, even before we recommend to invest such an amount of money, I think we need to have a discussion like around the mandate and the mission. We keep it open for what, like who will use it, like what will we doing with this? And we had a discussion, like the mayor and myself, and then his team, like maybe to put a committee in place that would include the citizen that would look at the mission of the house. And we did not get there yet on the list. Too many files and not enough hours in this, I understand. Could be a high score. The building is there. Doesn't look good. We have to do something. Councillor Paul Boudreau. Maybe one item for Julie. The speed, like the speed in the multi-purpose trail. It's been addressed. A lot of complaint. People do not want to go there. Dangerous, and they say is there a strategy coming, like even signage, awareness? I know we invested, like we do not want our police officers on the trails. Would it be possible to present something strategic that's coming to address this problem? She said yes, no?
Oui, on va travailler là-dessus.
We will work on this. Do you know when? I cannot tell you exactly when. I might get back in August. It depends how it works in the department. We will work as a strategy. Like it was part of my goal for this year. Could you check, because it exists in other municipalities like Moncton, Dieppe, Halifax? So those trails, I'm leaving you in your hands. So it's be addressed as soon as possible. Councillor Boudreau, thank you. Councillor Roland Cormier, thank you, Mr. I had a question, like for Bob and two other comments.
Red
Ridge Road in Scodoc. It's on a public street that does not belong to the town of Shediac. Is attached to a street from the Shediac municipality that you allocated like 5-6 years ago. The question is, so the budget, the patching budget you have that we voted like $240,000, is it all spent, or it still have a couple of dollars left? Well, it was spent, and the goal was like it works. So we circled the pothole, and we were not able like to go to that road with the asphalt contract, but we have the ability in house to do some patching. So can you check this road, because I got some calls, and I took care of the provincial, and one will help like a part of the problem, but the municipality owns like part of it. If you could look into this, I would appreciate. I have 2 notice of motion. That can you guide whether I should, without being can I do it here, or you encourage me to do it elsewhere? So we can give like a motion, but so where we can do it, motions and resolutions. So after 15.5. Councillor Patricia Bourg-Chavary, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 little questions or comments like I asked 2 weeks ago, and I know we'll be the first one to know, but did we get any news from McGuinness Cooper concerning the study? You will be informed like in a private meeting. It's the results, or is it coming to an end? He sent me a text like late Friday to say like finally got some research from the third party. So this week it would be working to put like his legal advice based on the information he has. He received it very late, so that's what he told me. Send me a message like it was 5:30 p.m. Friday. So the next step, like take this information and he prepare his. We're a step ahead than 2 weeks ago.
Other one. Well, 2 or 3 citizens who highlighted this with me. I was attending a meeting, and they said that we apparently changed the color of the big lobster. I hadn't noticed, but then I, on purpose, I took a look. Is there a reason why we changed it? It doesn't look. He's not painted. He's not painted the same way. I looked at what we had. I think he gave him blue pants. Or they just decided that dress him up in blue? I know that we granted a contract to paint. It was an artist after going to a call to tenders. Julie, could you add to this? He did some studies to see how to paint him. It's the most true to life lobster that we could when we received. It's really quite lovely. In terms of the little guy, he did some research. He came back with that. I came back from a holiday and I noticed that. It's really quite lovely. According to his research, that's how captains and fishermen are dressed before. I'm not saying he doesn't look good, but people are used to see him dressed in a different color. It's the first time I've received that comment, actually. I hadn't noticed that he was dressed in yellow before, but anyway, just some comments that I've received. And Mr. CAO answered to the man who presented on the bylaw. You said that you'd met with somebody about air quality. Didn't we have a study about that before signing the lease? That we were fine with the air quality in the building? Did they not do an air quality study? I wasn't here when they signed the lease. I know that in the lease it said that the ventilation system had to be repaired, and that was done. But we at least have a few employees who are showing symptoms, who think that it could be related to air quality. So we decided to do a test to see the results of what's in the building. We're going to clean the carpets, and we're going to have them come back in again for a second test to try to determine if there's a relation with air quality or not. It's a question of improving the work environment for the office workers. I'm 100% in favor, but I think, not us, we hadn't made a study, but we'd asked the owner to do an air quality study. And everything was fine. When you highlighted that, you were just looking for more details. Yes, I'm 100% in agreement. If there's air quality problems and there are employees, we need to do something. Just a point of information. Thank you. Councillor Ronald Cormier, on the air quality question, will you share that with us? Is this public information? I didn't think of interest to the council, but as an old union man, I think it's very important for employees. If we have air quality issues, we have to address it. Then do what you have to do. If there's no problem with air quality, there's no problem. But if there's a problem, it's a serious problem. You can't have... I don't want to make a speech. I think that this is, you want to know if their employees are I want to treat our employees properly. I think if it's a problem, I was just seeing it as something that was routine in terms of our administration. But depending on the results, we can come back with the results. That's for sure. Great. Thank you very much. So, item 14, second and third reading of the amendments to the procedural bylaw. Mr. CAO, do you want to give an overview? We discussed the topic a bit over during the presentations. Basically, the procedural bylaw has been in existence since, I don't know when it was approved first, February 2023, after the local governance reform. We basically put forward 5 recommendations for amendments based on various discussions that we've had around the council table. You will see in the document that was shared with you, it's in red. There are 5 sections. There's 3 paragraph 4 for regular meetings, where we said that 2 meetings and that we changed it is no longer the second and fourth Monday, but rather the first and the third. And we were giving ourselves the flexibility during holidays in the summer to not have to have 2 meetings. I don't think that during the first reading that there were any questions or any issues expressed around that section. The next section is Article 4, Paragraph 2, and Paragraph 3. And that was the timetables so that council members send requests to the employees and vice versa. And that vice versa, we have to give notice via e-scribe within a certain period of time. So any documentation related to the agenda must come to the clerk before 6:04 p.m. on the Thursday preceding the meeting. And we have to give at least 72 hours of a notice to the councillors before providing information. I don't think there are any issues around those during first reading. Item 5, paragraph 17, that's where there was more discussion. And you see in yellow the adjustments that the clerk brought forward after discussions with certain council members, certain councillors. There were certain questions around during the meeting of June 3rd. If I might read that paragraph, just to be sure. So the new paragraph would read, members of the public have the right to address the council under the item public presentations, petitions, delegations about a particular subject. Further requests may be granted for the same subject if the information is deemed complementary. They may also submit further requests for other subjects during the same year. And the rest of it would read as the same. Nothing has changed since the version from June 3rd. And then there is Article 8, paragraph 5. These were just changes with respect to petitions, that if the council receives petitions, that the deadlines set for those. I saw there was a little typo. We put 4:30 in the English version, and we put 4 p.m. in the French version. That should be corrected. But I don't think, to my knowledge, there was no discussion around this point. Article 5, section 7, paragraph 17. If the members of the council are satisfied with the modifications, we can proceed to second and third reading. And if not, we can continue to try to find a way to cover your concerns and bring it forward to you to next meeting. It's not time sensitive. We just wanted to. We do want to pass as quickly as possible. Yes, of course, but we can bring it to another for a later meeting if it's the desire of the council. Councillor Joël Després, you want to read it? I'd like to make a comment after I read it. That the deposit of that the introduction of bylaw and procedural bylaw number C-24/06 be approved and read a second time by its title. Seconded by Councillor Peter Bro. Questions on the motion? Councillor Després, my first question is this. If I table this right now, the conversation stops? If there's a request to table, there would be no discussion about tabling. And if the motion to table is, and both readings would be pushed back to another date. I'm not going to support this reading for the reason that I understand your point. To tell citizens to come speak to us more than once can extend our meetings. But we're here to listen to citizens. And I think that if the citizen feels a need to come, to go back over a topic, they should have the right to do so. I'm not going to table it. I want to have a discussion. but I will not support it. If it stays like this, it would be my vote would be no. So I have other people who asked to speak. Councillor Renard Cormier. Thank you, Your Worship. I also share Joel's opinion in terms of giving the public an opinion and opportunity, the citizens an opportunity to come express themselves. I think Ms. Pellerin, in my estimation, made a good point. It's a valid point. I'm not a grammatical magician, but I'm reading it in English about a particular subject. Future requests may be granted. So between may and will be for the same subject. That's my union spirit. Will and may, that's a difference. In terms of a collective agreement, for example, will be granted for the same subject if the information is deemed complementary. Well, at some point, the citizens will come and they'll say, we want to speak because we have other points to make. And it would be the role of the mayor of the day to decide if they're talking about the same orange or if they decide to speak about a mandarin. And then the mayor will call the shots. It's inaudible. And if you say the same thing 2 weeks later, it would be up to the mayor to decide. It's okay, but they have right to come. They have right to come and appear before us. And if we continue to say with deemed complimentary, the mayor will decide. They may also submit future. This may. And Madam Ms. Pellerin is right. Who decides on the may? I may or I may not. I would suggest that we remove may and that we put in will. We don't limit citizens in their capacity to come speak to us. Maybe some better words and Your Worship, I'm not a specialist in this. For a change to the language will allow the clerk, so he has the time to do it. He's not here tonight. He shouldn't do it in 2 minutes on the spot either. And I agree with you. If it's a question that we're not ready to adopt it in its current form, we can give it to him after to continue to work on it. I see that there are many. A bit like we did for the first reading. You made some comments. The clerk has worked on it. You had 2 weeks since then. Other things have happened in the last few days that we hadn't foreseen. But as Mr. CAO says, it's not time sensitive. It doesn't need to be adopted, passed, because we have to do it by tomorrow morning or next week or something like that. I appreciate your comments. If we can have a better bylaw, it's a good thing. So, Councillor Paul Boudreau, same idea regarding number 17. I won't speak very long on that. That's the problem I have. The first sentence says the public has the right, and in a few lines, and it will be judged, or there's a certain contradiction. They have the right to appear before us, and then it'll be judged. If we give some directions to the clerk to be more open, it will be the clerk who will write it with the right wording. The clerk will write it based on what we, as it's written. I can't support the motion before the clerk and other members of the council. Thank you, Councillor Boudreau. Councillor Harry McEnroy.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be supporting it either. There are more than one areas of that section 17, I think, that need to be reworked. It's redundant to say that the members of the public have the right to address council, and then later on say they may also submit further requests on other subjects. Well, they could come every month on a different subject if they want. But there's no need to say that they can do that. I think the issue that you're trying to address is someone coming in repeatedly and saying the same thing repeatedly. So you're trying to suggest that if you have something additional to add or something different relating to that situation. But I do agree that it shouldn't be a may, and I do think that there's got to be a more objective wording so that it's clear that the rights of the members of the public aren't being managed. What did Archie Bunker used to say? I don't want to stifle debate, but we don't want to stifle public input and public presentations. So there's another saying that says, with something that you're unsure of, you should hasten slowly. So in that regard, I will be voting against the motion or voting in favor of tabling for a better wording for that section. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McElroy. Conseiller Germain Galland.
Moi, j'ai comme d'accord avec Joël et tout le restant.
I agree with Joel and everybody else.
C'est les citoyens qui nous ont élus.
The citizens have elected us. That's why we're here. If they want to tell us something, we have to be able to listen to them. They have to do it openly. I'm going to go against this if we don't table it, because it's not within our jurisdiction. So the members will have the members of the council speak, and then we'll provide directive. How about that? Direction, rather. Councillor Emile Cormier. Councillor Emile O'Brien. There's a new one. My grandmother was a Cormier. Your Worship, I don't understand what's motivating this change. I don't know where it's coming from. Section 17 starts simply, members of the public have the right to address the council. It's plain and simple. It's written in red. And then further requests may be granted for the same subject if the information is deemed complimentary. Well, who makes that decision? How is it going? How is it to be deemed complimentary? Who makes that decision? Basically, if somebody asks to speak to the council, there's a deadline. There's a certain deadline. The clerk manages that. So if the clerk says, what do you want to talk about? And if it's the same topic, he will ask, the idea, as expressed by the members of the council when we were discussing, having a presentation that's a carbon copy of what we've already heard, we've not learned anything new. Usually, there'd be something new. My question is, Your Worship, who decides that, yes, the person is coming or not coming? Who makes that decision? And the way it's written. As I can see it, it's the clerk. As I see it, it's the clerk, and the employee of the council. The clerk prepares the agenda. The clerk will indicate, okay, I have Mr. Boudreau, Ms. Chevary, Ms. Galland. All right, what do you want? If they've come, if it's the first time, well, it's fine. If it's repeatedly, well, okay. What do you want to speak about that the council has not already heard? It's like Madame Odette mentioned, the members of the public have a right to speak to us. They don't need to ask permission.
We have the right to address the council.
We have the right to address the council. That's where it hit me. By changing the bylaw, it will remove that from the public. I would not support it. I absolutely don't support this. Joel and the others said they were against. I don't want it to be tabled, but I want to see it voted down. I understand if that's the one that's the most contentious. if we're not voting on one article at a time, we're voting on it all. So we vote against everything, it eliminates the other modifications as well. We could decide to adopt the other modifications, amendments without that one, and then keep the original version. That's also a possibility. Just to let you know. Others have asked to speak. Here we are at second reading. I would propose that we table it to the next meeting, August 19th, and remove that paragraph. And that is something that the clerk can take into consideration when, despite his absence today, he will take into consideration what we discussed today for an amendment, whether it be the modification. We'll get rid of that one. We'll put exactly what was there before. That's something that could happen. He'll come back to the council. Is that what you're looking to do? It's the procedural bylaw of the council. So officially, I want to table the motion. You can. If you table it, I'm stopping the debate right now. If you table, I'll remove my comment and I'll wait for the people's comments before they table. We'll come to a conclusion and then I'll propose if it's and see if somebody wants to table it. Councilor Peter Bro, thank you, Your Worship. I think I have to be careful. A bylaw has to be passed. That item has to be rearranged. We need to table the document and table it insofar as the members, until the members are in agreement. Even if we come back with another, if the members of the council are not 100% in agreement with how it's written, we have a right to table it, and we should table it insofar as until everyone is in agreement. The rest of the bylaw has to be passed. It's just a question of making sure that all council members are in agreement with that part. And as I said before, it's not something that's extraordinarily urgent. It's not urgent to have to table it 2 or 3 times. We'll do it until everyone is content and happy with it. We'll have a version that pleases us, to all of us. Great. Next, Councillor Patricia Bourque-Chevalier. Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with all the comments expressed. I'll give you an example. It might not be a great example to offer, but some people have come to make a presentation on the topic of the wharf on Riverside Drive. They came several times, they added some information, but those people never got updates in terms of where we're at with that file. It's fine. Every 2 weeks, I ask the question, is there something new? Is it moving forward? Because in my mind, that group of people that should be updated and see where we're at with it. But I understand those people want to come and get answers, but with that bylaw, they can't. If we say that you have to bring something new, I understand some of the frustration around not having the answer. They can't come and ask again, questions again in terms of getting updates in the progress on the file. That's the job of the council members, the councillors, to ask questions. I just want to be sure that that it wouldn't prevent them from coming unless they want to present a new element. Okay, that's great. Yes. We take an example. Yes, they came several times, more than once. I didn't count them, but each time there was a new element. It wasn't exactly the same thing. Yes, it was related to that topic, but that would be allowed in that version. But if we're not comfortable with the way it's written right now, so that it'd be clear, it was an attempt taking into account the comments of the council members during the first reading. It wasn't not quite as clear as what we're seeking. So the clerk tried to do this. If it doesn't quite match up, we have the right to tell them to go back to work on it. Oh, I know. And we're not done yet. There's just Mr. Murray, I think. Councillor Murray Lloyd.
Madam Pellerin's points were very, very well taken initially, but we're not far away here. This can be tweaked and the graphic can work on this very quickly. So I will not be supporting it, but I think that we should aggressively move to get the clerk to upgrade this and get this off the docket.
Sure. Thank you. Donc, avec ça, est-ce que M. Després, je voulais demander...
So, Mr. Després, do you want us to table the motion? Councillor Joël Després is asking to table the motion, second reading of the motion. And the third, if we don't pass the second, we won't pass the third. It will table both. It will table both reading. It's in two separate points. No. Seconded by Councillor Ronald Cormier. All those in favor to table the motion, the resolution, say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion carried. Thank you. So that's two readings in one for that point. Anyway, so number 15, motions and resolutions. Contract water main and sanitary main for Harper and Victoria Street. Mr. CAO or Mr. McEwen. We're going to let Mr. McEwen take this one.
Okay, so
this is for the relocalization of water mains and sanitary mains on Harper and Victoria Streets, and also go over the fire hall lot where we want to enlarge the fire hall. This is the first step to let them go further. We did a design with Mentra Consulting. And then we did a call for tenders. We had 5 bids, and we had to reject one. It did not meet all of our criteria on our checklist. It didn't match our checklist. The lowest bidder was LCL with a bid in the amount of. Sorry, we have a hard time hearing. That's all. It's a bid of 484,475.50 cents with the HST. So we recommend to grant the contract to LCL. Great. Madam Deputy Mayor, would you like to read it? Thank you, Your Worship. Be it resolved to award the contract for the relocation of water and sanitary mains on Harper and Victoria Streets to LCL Excavation 2006 Incorporated in the amount of $484,455.40, net HST included. Funds will come from the Projet Capitaux Généraux Commission des Lending Commission. I so moved by Deputy Mayor Sylvie Colette-Boudreau, seconded by Councillor Emile O'Brien. Any questions? Councillor Ronald Cormier. Thank you, Your Worship. You've disqualified a bidder. Do we have an opinion, a clear opinion that we're okay with having excluded that person from the process or that bidder from the process? Yes, we got a legal opinion that confirms that it was the decision that should be made. Thank you, Your Worship. You're welcome.
Councillor Murray Lloyd.
Councillor Murray Lloyd.
Are we in litigation with LCL?
Not technically, no.
On a previous contract.
Previous contract.
We're
no litigation has started.
No litigation, no.
there are ongoing discussions. There are ongoing discussions regarding a previous
As long as,
contract.
I will accept that answer.
Yeah. Okay. La question a été posée.
The question was asked. There are some discussions between LCL and the town of Shediac concerning an project.
Il y a eu peut-être des divergences.
Or there might be a difference in opinions. It is ongoing, but it does not. It can bid on other contracts, and if they do qualify, well, there's nothing in the act that prevent us not accept like their quote because of because an issue we didn't solve with them. Moved by Deputy Mayor and Councilor Berg. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Against name. Carried. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I apologize. I will excuse myself for the next one, conflict of interest. I just showed something Munro Home, so I apologize. Next one, incentive for residential development. Councilor Joël Després, would you like to read it? 15.1, incentive for residential development. Therefore, be resolved that the town of Shediac issue a residential development incentive check to the following developer, Dream to Reality Developments, 2,500 plus HST, and also to Munro Homes for a value of 3,750 plus HSC. I shall move. Moved by Councilor Joël Després, seconded by Councilor Germaine Galland. Questions, specification? We did many similar ones. It came a little bit later. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Against name, motion carried. Thank you. 15.3, incentives for commercial development. I know it's the same, it's very similar. Councilor Janice Cormier, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Incentives for commercial development. Whereas to policy 12-09, the following merchants 715422NB Inc., Shediac Animal Hospital, is eligible to receive in 2024 an installment under the commercial incentive policy. Be it resolved that the town of Shediac agrees to reimburse the following under the commercial development incentive policy. 75422NB Inc., third installment of $8,760.46 plus HST. I shall move. Moved by Councilor Janice Cormier, seconded by Councilor Jean-Claude Bertin. Questions on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Against nay. Carried. Thank you. 15.4, municipal council meeting cancellations for the summer. Do I have anyone? Mrs. Deputy Mayor, I think municipal council meeting cancellation. Be it resolved that the regular meeting scheduled on July 2nd, July 15th, and August 6th, 2024 be cancelled due to elected officials and staff taking vacation time. A special meeting may be called as required. I shall move, Mr. Mayor. Moved by Deputy Mayor Sylvie Colette-Boudreau, seconded by Councilor Joël Després. Questions on the motion? If not, that it comes all in favor, signify by saying aye. Against nay. Carried. 15.5, municipal council composition. Like it's a motion from Councilor Paul Boudreau. I know I've been here for hours. If you allow me a minute to explain why I'm bringing this motion, sure. According to the motion, like the municipal council since the reform 2023, the council with more representative, why not?
Moins de 2 ans avant la prochaine élection
There's
municipale.
less than 2 years before the next municipal election in mid-2027. It's a long process with a lot of unknown. In reality, with all like the municipal staff, the process will only start in the fall. So we involve elections and be like in the provincial itself, like the holidays and the summer 2025. We'll notice 2025, 2025 will very quickly, and I presume a report has to be submitted and a decision has to be taken by the council made it at least 6 months before the election and even earlier. And this being said, that you will not have, you'll see that you will not have like key or key words or word or general or numbers. Will not have a demography or geography. Will not have budget or a financial impact. It's health experience, the expertise of the staff members and election members and other people that will be working on this as usual to bring some options and recommendations to the council member. I'm just asking your support, and I will certainly respect like the vote and the desire of the council member. Whereas, given that the local government's reform is going to change the amount of councillors and the regional municipality, given that the change plan for the council's current term 2022-2026, given that whereas the next municipal elections are scheduled for mid-2026, be it resolved that the council mandates the administration to return to council with an action plan to study the issue of representation and distribution of council ahead of any deadlines imposed by the Department of Local Government and Elections NB. Moved by Councillor Paul Boudreau, seconded by Councillor Jean-Claude Bertin.
No.
I'm not you're saying anything new, but maybe for members of the public. Now we're 13 around the table. If you want to talk on the motion, like I would, to ask the deputy mayor, like to chair, yes, with the procedural bylaw. I think you're smart enough to know like what I wanted to see. We will respect them. The procedural bylaw that we spoke. To ask to talk, Councillor Harry McElroy.
Disappointed in the motion coming forward. Very disappointed in that the wording is deceiving and misleading. The changes that were made to the government structure for the town of Shediac were not made just for the years 2023 to 2026. That's the implication in the motion, and that's not the case. And to suggest that action be taken by the council independently ahead of any deadlines that might be imposed by local government is also misleading. To suggest that local government's going to come along and tell us, you guys need to do something about the size of your council. It also makes no sense to me to have the administration craft strategy and the plan as to how to approach this without the involvement of local government. I think local government needs to be consulted. But above and beyond those things, 18 months into this current government, we're basically saying to the former LSDs what the provincial government guaranteed you in terms of a seat at the town of Shediac Council, we're putting at risk. And it's not for me to be here beyond 2026, but it's for the people of Pointe-Tachine and the other LSD areas to have representation that they were given at amalgamation that extends beyond 2026. We're only now talking about the possibility of bringing bylaws to the former LSD areas, consulting with them. They need those representatives. And we haven't gotten very far at all in 18 months. And we're not going to be as far along as we should be in terms of fully embracing and bringing in the LSD areas to the full involvement of the town council. And this is unnecessary, and it's offensive to me, and I'm sure to the people of Pointe-du-Chien, that we would now start talking about the possibility that whatever it might be, you're basically at risk of having a designated member of council representing them. So I'm very upset by this, and very much would like to see it defeated right now. If there's going to be a review, and I'm not saying that at some point in time it's not wouldn't be justified, but the 2030 election is a much more logical one, because we're going to be, hopefully by then, far more unified as a town of Shediac, including those LSD areas. And it'll be much more fair at that point to even contemplate changing the council. There's no real advantage to, there's many disadvantages to trying to do it in 2026. And there's no disadvantage to letting it go longer. And well, I just very strongly feel that way about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McElroy. Conseiller Roland Cormier.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Moi aussi, je suis
Thanks, mate. I'm extremely disappointed that we're starting a debate like this one, not even like 18 months, like in a new government. People from outside of Shediac they were guaranteed like a seat at the table. So but the minister told at the time, you have no representative at the table, we'll give you one. So the local government, even Blaine Higgs, they gave us like a seat to represent like the regions. So when we're talking, and also the motion is not clear. It's not really factual, like when we're talking, because the changes were put in place for the actual term for 2023-2026. It's not true. It's false. I was part of this, and we were never told that can we legally change upon composition of council? Absolutely. We're told to change like the council. Absolutely not. If the government had thought like to have like a reform, they would have included it in the act. Nothing states like not at all that we have to change. We have to change sometimes probably, but we are working like to reach all the communities. And there are some people like they went forward like did not marry with the big town of Shediac, but and maybe some people also Shediac did not want to get married with the neighboring communities. That's where we're at. I think it's just like to do it right now. It's not good. I think we're talking about challenges. I will only name 12, like infrastructure challenge, like the water system we talk about, the multi-generational center, like the municipal bylaws, strategy planning, like the water access, like fire station, the fire department, like the new Anglophone school. It's a challenge. Climate change, we just mentioned them this evening. 32 like municipal bylaws we did not look at yet. Pascal Poirier, which is horrible, the Pascal Poirier house. And then we're asking the administration, in my opinion, it's not their role, like the role, even if we would adopt this resolution, I'm hoping we do not, it's not up to the administration like to give this definition. You don't ask the employee like to do the composition of its employees. It's from top to bottom, bottom to top. It's completely ridiculous. All of this, if we really want to do We want to make sure people from all the regions can to be part of a nice town. As you saw, I'm a team player. I have the interest of the Shediac citizen like the others. I showed it on my vote, but this one, I think it's a fundamental blow to regions outside the former time of Shediac. And I'm hoping we're doing the right thing because the history will judge us on action. Thank you.
Councillor Murray Lloyd.
Harry, I congratulate you on your presentation there. Well said. This council's working. We're big, but we're working. And everyone should be proud of this. I don't want to see this broken up. We're making this work with administration, with everything. And there's no reason for this at this time. I will not be supporting this one.
Thank you. Monsieur le Conseiller, je m'ai inspiré. Madame la maire suppléante.
So you inspired me. So Mrs. Deputy Mayor? Yeah, I will move. As long as we don't hit the cross. So the composition of the council, as previously, the prerogative of is the decision of the council. That council will be an actual composition in terms of the number of members because people around the table would change. It's bound to happen. So it's say like a council like this side, it's the decision of the council. Simple. I will be big council for municipality of outside. The only other council of this side is the council of the capital of city for directed 12 councillors, one mayor. They're 6 times our population. They're bigger. Bigger population, more representation. But we can choose to maintain exactly the way it is. There's no harm in doing so. It was a question of the size of the council for a special election 2022 or the end of 2022 was imposed by the province. We did not have any general election, only like a complementary elections. It would add by election, so it would add members to the council. So that's how we have our actual composition, but this is the council's decision if we want to remain like the actual size. And as some councillors said, like maybe later, maybe we should really look at this. But if there's no changes, the election 2026 will be like a. If there's a change, it will be for a next election. So, is it a rush? So it has to be done before 2026? Is the first opportunity like the council can decide this? And it's the first opportunity they can decide it for 2030, 2024. And eventually, nobody around the table will be able to be elected. We'll be all buried. It's just something we can discuss. I will not criticize a council member who was asking a question regardless of the question. So I will vote as usual. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Mayor, you have a question? Joel, thank you. I support Murray's comment, Harry and Roland. I hope these comments and that will not be adopted. So no rush to do the change with all the projects coming up. Councillor Peterborough. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just want to change maybe the direction. As Councillor Murray Lloyd said, like this council works really well. It doesn't mean like in the future, like 12 councillors will work well together. It's risky, like for the town of the future of the town of Shediac. There's two things that are really important. The representation of the LSDs has to remain as is. It wouldn't make any change like, to have a council in each of those territories. I think that's the foundation. I think the point we would have to make is with the councillor of the town of Shediac, there are too many. So this is really the question. Does have to be reduced to 2 or 3 councillors? I think we should maybe still have some possibilities. It's still the council who decides if yes or no if it goes ahead. But I think with specific criteria, we have to protect the 4 LSTs because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. That's what's coming up. The LSTs, they want to keep their representation. And I completely agree with them. We cannot break this part. It's too close. But just to ask like 8 councillors for the town of Shediac is too many. Is too much? Maybe it's the case. So my dilemma, it's a council of this size or can be very dangerous in the future. If we would be elected for another 4 years, the same people, but when you change, and we know there will be some changes. It could become more difficult to work with and put a lot of focus work on administration. Is it up to the administration to come back to us with a mandate? I'm not sure. It's up to them because it's really like the employee doing this work. I do not see the harm of to do a study with some specific criteria to see like if it's reasonable to reduce the number of council members while looking at the integrity and everything that was done, like to put those new communities together. I will support this motion as long that we can include I could even make an amendment like the LSTs be respected and the request for looking at maybe to see if the council could be reduced while keeping the representative of the 4 different collectivities. This would be my amendment, Mr. Mayor. The LSTs be respected and to look at reducing like the number of in general, overall.
Okay.
I have a proposed amendment on the table. Any seconder? Seeing no one. I'm not saying like the idea is bad, but Councillor Patricia Bourg-Chevary. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Was one of them because maybe I functioned like 10 years and with a council of 8 plus the mayor. And we were 12 plus the mayor. I found it was a lot of people. But I hear the comments of the people from the LSTs, and I think it's important to have a representation. And because we're trying to bring all the greater Shediac area together, I think maybe we should wait. And that was one of them we thought would be important, like to reduce the size of the council, like the next maybe it's not the time, like for 2026. I don't think I will support it in terms of time. It's too fast. The exercise should be done, maybe not for the next election. Councillor Emile O'Brien. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support like the agreements of the 4 LSCs. I will vote for because it's true for their position against the motion. But I would still like it, not this evening, like to wait, hear the opinion of each council member on this matter to see, to do like a round table. Each councillor, I know I have an opinion, everyone has an opinion. Before it go for, not this evening, it's not the time. Yeah, it's close to 10:30, so I think it would be done like in camera. Could be done in a meeting, maybe have a special meeting. Would be interesting to know, like really interesting to have the opinion of each council member. Thank you. Councillor Janice. No. Yeah. No, she said Paul Boudreau. Before we go to the vote, I just wanted to clarify. I didn't make the motion to insult anyone. I made this motion, and if you listen to my intro, there is no word mentioned. So my vision to have better representative in the LSTs eventually, if you have 4 wards and there's 2 council members per council divided geographically, and so the representation of the former LSTs will be better. I'm not here like I'm convinced also a public meeting when there were 12 around the table. A lot of people telling us you're too many. That's the reason why. So when I discussed it with the administration, it was a committee, and I was told like very good experience around the table. We have contacts in Fredericton who could guide us. As Council it's only guide them. The council always have the last word on those important decisions. So this is my vision. It's not to target Scodoc or Pointe-du-Chêne. It's target like all the town, like to have the excellent representative. So this is the reason why. I will respect the vote. That's what it is. Yes, thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Jean-Claude Bertha, I will end the story. I kind of agree what Mr. Burrow said. I will not support it for the simple reasons because the administration has still a lot of work to do. I would say yes, like for the future, it doesn't have to be this year. As Paul said, it's a study. It's not something that will say, yes, we'll let some people go, but we'll have a study. We do study for everything. At least we would know for later, like what's coming. In 2026, might be the same group, but the other team will see like for the subsequent years. As I said in Shediac, like we have a lot of councillors. The others should be separated. On this note, we have a motion on the table that was moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Jean-Claude. All in favor saying aye. Against nay? The motion has been defeated. Thank you. Councillor Roland Cormier, you had the notice of motion. I'll be very quick. Next council meeting, maybe just in September, I will have a notice of motion to have some signs installed in all the section of the old Shediac and new Shediac. I'll say more or less, I will use the example of Skuduk. You come to Skuduk, you see Skuduk, but you see Shediac right beside. You Shediac Cape, the line of Shediac Cape, and you see like a Shediac Cape, Shediac besides. Pointe du Chêne the same, like you see Pointe du Chêne, and so I will make this motion. And also I will and a notice of motion for the environment committee. There are two like citizens, like they're on it. I have councillors, of course. I'm in the opinion, and I change. I'm in the opinion that one citizen is from Shediac and one citizen is a good guy, is from outside of Shediac. I think with the population of 11,000, we should have another citizen of the Environment Committee, and we'll make this motion at the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cormier. So 16 appointment committee, we have one recommend as a mayor to add to the Arts and Culture Committee, and we had several citizens initially, a few of them, and several many left over time, so it's to nominate recommend Mr. Joanna Nari Akouri. Nari is original, she's from the Lebanon. She graduated for high school. She's one of the daughters. Abe Nari is the owner of Jack's Pizza here in Shediac. Simply to consider, she completed her degree, her Bachelor of Law, and she lives in the municipality. Mrs. Janice, you want to move it? No. Want to make a comment? Just went too fast. Oh, so the motion will go back to the council once it's written, and if you would like to move. So yeah, following like your recommendation, I move that we accept Naira Akouri on the Arts and Culture Committee. Moved by Mayor, seconded by Chairman Gana. Questions on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Against nay? Carried. Councillor Germain Gana moves the adjournment of the meeting.